What's going on?
May we come in, Mr. Brown?
Okay, I've got them up.
Don't say no.
Been certified, right?
That's what it says.
No. Hey, quiet.
Mr. Browning, you work for Springbok Electronics in Palo Alto?
Not anymore. I got laid off in October.
And you work for the Global Satellite Division, though?
That's right. What this is all about? Hey, is that next 73? Yes, it is. Just please don't touch it. Must have been quite a day for you, huh? Catching that ball? Yes. That's a bet.
Ella, hello. Hello from us. Hi. How are you? Good. Good, you have to unmute so I can hear you. Hi. Hi, what do you need?
I'm just getting
Shall be what?
Yeah,
Mm,
you want to see everybody?
yes.
They're just coming on, connecting to audio, connecting to audio. And this is as big as I can make it, so I don't want to fuss with anything.
Why it
Interval.
full? Yeah. He's and he's.
Hey, stop. They can see you and they can hear you.
No. And she, Cameron Smith.
So a bunch of them are coming on. They're still, connecting. You should be all right. Miracle here. I'd rather go to an ear doctor that can clean it out if it needs than to just go for a hearing test. We know you have a hearing. You should go to somebody that can look in and clean it if it needs it. This is for a hearing test and for it to buy hearing aids that you don't want.
Oh,
So you don't need that. You know what I mean? We should be. We don't want to.
Jan,
You are unmuted now. Just so you know. Okay.
We're unmuted too, right?
yes,
Okay.
I guess so.
Well, are you going to speak? You just want to hear them, right? This is my, we put this on the fridge.
Jesse, are you with us?
Mhm. Nope, I don't want to move you. We're good. Share screen, sharing the screen. West. Ooh, I have a beautiful fringe leather suede purse with fringe. I gotta get it out.
Beth God. Beth God. Who? The one,
Wasn't she on the board when we went there?
Oh, there he is. Hi, Jesse.
Hey.
Look good. I heard you got a haircut. Is it possible to mute everybody and cut the comments except for
Yep,
board members?
everybody's, right now, everybody's muted. Trying to
Great.
find the board members.
And we have Brett. I don't see him here.
I don't see him yet. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank, yep, thank you. Lawson, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear this fine.
Thanks.
Lori Hogshore is on.
Beth, are you on twice?
Am I?
Beth, I got Beth and Beth Gott. I don't know that there's a different Beth Gott is also on. Beth, I see you talking, but you're muted, so I don't know.
How many Beth Gotts are there?
Not enough.
Oh, there's Brett. Brett, can you hear us okay?
I can.
Thanks.
Let's wait a minute and see if Brett joins us.
Brett's on.
He's on. Where is he? Let's move him up here. I have a dog. I can't decide whether to attend a Zoom meeting or not here.
Yeah, I'm here, Jeff. And Mark and Lawson and Beth.
We hear you. We just can't see you. You on another? Here we go.
No, he's there. Greg, Amy.
Okay, we ready then?
Yeah, let's get the party started.
All right. We'll call the planning board, Tremont Planning Board meeting of Tuesday, October 12th to order at 5:04 PM. I'm going to ask people to respond when I call their names. Brett Witham, are you here?
Here.
Okay, Beth Gott? Beth, you're muted, I believe. Moving right along, Jeff Young,
Here.
Lawson Wilson,
I'm here.
okay. Beth Gott,
Here. Do you hear me?
Yes.
sort of, yeah. I like the echo effect. Okay, so we have, and myself, Mark Good, so we have all members present. We also have Attorney Diane O'Connor, Town Manager, CEO Jesse Dunbar, Recording Secretary Jan Sprague, and members of the public, and of course the team for the applicants and the opposition here. So we don't need to excuse any absences. Adjustment or adoption of the agenda. I think we need to add a discussion and possible motion to whether to accept Greg Johnston's submission that came after the set deadline on the response to the peer review. And we'll do that in a minute, but let's move on to minutes for September 28th, 2021. Anybody see anything?
I'll move that they be approved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion and second on the table to approve the minutes of September 28th. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Lawson,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Beth,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, Beth, we're going to have you recuse yourself right now, but thanks for weighing in on the minutes there.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
And as you know, we set a deadline of the October 5th for submissions, and the peer review didn't come in until after that point. And Greg did send a response. And so I think it's only fair that we do accept that. And I know Amy didn't respond in any way, but I think she'll respond in her comments tonight, or at least I hope so.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would appreciate the opportunity to be heard on that procedural issue, please.
Okay, great. So I take a motion to accept or not accept Greg's submission after the deadline regarding the peer review.
I'll move we accept it.
I'll second.
Motion is second on the table to accept the submission by Greg Johnston regarding the peer review after it came after the deadline. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Lawson,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
and myself, yes, 4-0. Okay, speaking of the peer review, there is an issue here. We asked for 4 items to be reviewed. Only 3 were reviewed. We did not get a review of the hydrology as we requested at our meeting on the 21st. So at some point we need to, and I'm going to say probably after the public hearing here, or maybe we should do it now, to request that Haley Ward finish that report and do the review on the hydrology and submit it before our next meeting on the 26th. And that and that any response from either Ms. Chow or Mr. Hamilton come at that meeting on the 26th. What do you folks think?
Do we know why they didn't
Yep.
include that? But what's the problem with it? Why didn't they include that?
I don't know. Let's ask Jesse if he knows.
Do we be clear? I don't think the ordinance uses the term hydrology. It uses the term
We're not
hydrology.
asking, Greg, we're not asking you. We're asking Jesse, please. Thank you.
Can you clarify your question, Mark? I was on the phone.
Oh,
with
okay, that's
somebody.
okay. Brett was asking why they didn't do a peer review on the hydrology of the site.
Let me see. They didn't give me, if they didn't do it, they didn't give me a specific reason. Hold
I
on.
think it's important to establish whether there's adequate water supply for the project. And that's why we asked them to take a look at that.
Was that something, Jesse, that they were asked to do in the letter we sent them or email or whatever? I'm just curious.
Yep. Yep. I asked him for stormwater hydrology, septic system design, and traffic.
It's clearly in our minutes of the 26th, and even Jesse said that in his memo to the planning board tonight.
He said, back when I contacted him, he said, we definitely can review the stormwater and hydrology.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Greg.
I think the confusion lies as you read in the minutes and the transcripts was a request for hydrology. If you go through your ordinance, there's no section on hydrology. And your vote was on hydrology. I think there might have just been some confusion in communication because nor the site plan or the land use ordinances use a section contained for hydrology.
But Greg, wouldn't you think that an engineer would understand that what we meant by that?
I do, and as an engineer, hydrology is often the flow of water across the surface of the earth. That's all my comment. I'm just commenting. There is not a hydrology section in the ordinance. That's all, and that's what the vote was. I'm simply giving some insight to maybe what the confusion was. That's it.
Well, you would think the engineer for Haley Ward would have explained that to us.
Well, I don't know that. And that's kind of why I'm asking. The way this has been presented to me, at least, is that someone missed something. I think something that's just important, we should figure out why and ensure it doesn't happen again. I'm not sure anything was actually missed. I mean, I think that's great. It isn't clear to me that they actually didn't do something we asked them to do. I mean, I'm not part of those emails or what that request was, but usually when you do things like that, you list out exactly what you want, 1, 2, 3, 4, so you can check them off, and then you get a response, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so I'm just trying to understand why, with something that's this important, why are we having this discussion? And where's the disconnect? Did we not ask them the right thing, or what happened? And I don't want to spend too much time on it. We got a long meeting. But it just strikes me we're kicking this out another week, and it isn't. I just want to make sure that there's a good reason to do that, and we ask the right questions. And if they missed it, fine. But I want to know that. And I think we have the applicant and all the folks have a right to understand why, that we don't have everything we expected to get from the peer review.
And so how do you expect to get that answer?
Well, I'm asking. So I don't know who asked, I don't know who asked I didn't see the email to the peer review. I assume you were involved, Mark?
No.
No? Okay. So we went off the minutes and Jesse asked based on the minutes, to do this particular thing. Hydrology is not in is it in our site plan, or is it in there listed as an item that needs to be checked off?
Can I offer?
There's water supply.
Water supply? Did we ask them to do the adequacy of the water supply? Is that what we asked them?
We asked them for hydrology and stormwater and septic. Hold on, let me pull it back up. I said the planning board decided last night they wanted another peer review done on the new submittal in the areas of stormwater, hydrology, septic design, and traffic.
So I just Googled hydrology. It's a study of the distribution of movement of water both on and below the Earth's surface. It doesn't say anything about adequacy of water for drinking or anything like that.
Right.
So what do we want to do, Mark? What do we think they didn't do that we want to ask them to do?
Well, I expected to get something on the adequacy of the water supply. And whether we framed that correctly or not, I don't know. I'm not an engineer, and I don't think anybody on the board is. And I believe that's what the intention of the board was, to find that out. And if you see well, I don't have it in front of me, the Haley Ward report said they addressed 3 things, and they don't mention the hydrology.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in this spot before, and I'd like to just make a couple of constructive comments to see if we can work our way through this for the benefit of the applicant.
Please be brief, Andy.
So the word hydrology is as was defined by a member of the board just now. When I asked Mr. Fessenden, who is our geologist, who looks at groundwater adequacy, and he is prepared to address that tonight, he does not consider that he is going to address hydrology. Rather, he says that's for an engineer to address in the context of how water moves across the surface and into the ground. So he treats it as almost like stormwater. I've looked at the transcript that Ms. Smith, as court reporter, prepared so that we could understand how we got to this point. We looked at it just this afternoon, and pretty clearly the board used the word hydrology on the part of several members. And so when Jesse queued up the request to Haley Ward, he queued it up as a request for hydrology, septic, because that was added by, I think, member Young, as well as stormwater and traffic. And so hydrology is something understood differently by engineers and geologists. They both have a common understanding that hydrology is broadly, how does water move across the surface of the earth and into the ground. So my suggestion would be that the board try to work through this issue without the need for further peer review, because we have in effect dueling opinions on the question of groundwater adequacy. And if the board feels that there's still conflict after that competing testimony at the end of the evening, they can ask Haley Ward to clarify. But I've looked at the ordinance. There's nothing in the site plan review ordinance or the land use ordinance that guarantees the ability for anyone to offer written comment on peer review. So I don't think we need to be heard on the question of whether we have a right to comment on the peer review. I think rather the question is, what does the planning board need once it hears the evidence tonight?
Thank you, Andy. I see Ms. Chow raising, she's going to want to respond to, I don't want to get carried away with discussion between the 2 attorneys with this issue, okay? Amy, could you be brief?
I'll be as brief as possible. I think I agree, Mr. Chair. whether the term hydrology was used or something else, the issue of the adequacy of the water supply has been an important issue identified by the planning board. And I don't believe that you're required to forego the peer review that the planning board ordered. I also believe that based on the discussions at the September 21st meeting, the planning board was clear that in part, they set a written submission deadline for October 5th to allow both parties, the applicant and other members of the public, including CTR, the opportunity to respond in writing to that peer review report. We still are asking for that. We don't think it's unreasonable. When a report comes in at the end of the day on a Friday and the very next business day is the day of the hearing, to have the planning board rush through their review when you are reviewing what is the largest commercial project in the history of the town of Tremont.
Thank you.
Mild objection to the use of the word commercial. That hasn't been established.
Mr. Hamilton, can you wait, please? Diane, any thoughts on this? Diane O'Connor?
Yes, Mark, so the request for the hydrology would be in terms of some of what the standards are for the submittals. And I wonder if it was addressed under section 4A, estimated demand for water supply. Is that what the board was requesting when they were looking for more information on hydrology?
That was my understanding, that Jeff actually added that to the motion. And I believe that's what he was looking at was, is there an adequate water supply to support the needs of the project?
So that section's mentioned in the report, but the adequacy of the water supply directly is not addressed.
Right.
But I think it makes sense to move forward. If there's more information that the board would want addressing that after they hear the testimony, then they could definitely ask Haley Ward to do a second submittal addressing whatever those questions are.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. Any board members want to comment? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just say you might find after the testimony today that you're satisfied. You may not need that additional information. And if you're not, then you could request it.
Okay. Any board members want to comment on that?
It makes sense what you proposed.
Okay. Thanks, Brett. Jeff?
Yeah, I do lean towards the fact we should have it, but it makes sense to hear what everyone else has already and see if we still have a question. It has been an issue that's been raised by the neighbors in the past, so we want to be sure to carefully address it and have our independent input.
Lawson, you in agreement there?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to listen to maybe the fact we've got a couple of engineers that will hopefully speak to that point tonight.
Okay, great.
Hopefully we'll learn something and resume the conversation after we've learned something.
Okay, with that out of the way for now, we'll move on to the public hearing, but first is set some time limits, some ground rules here. Andy and Amy, each of you in agreement to limit your comments to 20 minutes each and have Andy, starting with Andy, then Amy, and have Andy 10 minutes to do a rebuttal. Yes, Amy.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to know for the record, that is not the process that's mostly what we agreed to, but I would like to reserve the option for Sir rebuttal if that becomes appropriate and helpful to the board. So I don't need to belabor the point, but I believe if there's further discussion needed, I hope the board will allow it.
Board members?
If I may briefly, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Andy.
So I just say briefly that I've circulated twice proposed procedural guidelines. Board Attorney O'Connell, CTR Attorney Chow, and I spoke a couple of times on this. I agree with Amy that we've agreed for the most part. The applicant will object to surrebuttal. The reason for that is the applicant has the burden of proof on all standards. So therefore we get to go first and last. Surrebuttal takes that opportunity to go last away from us. And so we'll object to surrebuttal. It also takes a fair bit of time to do rebuttal, surrebuttal, closing statements. And so I thought the compromise was that we would each have the opportunity to do 5-minute closing statements after rebuttal, with Ms. Chow going first and I would end. So if that's helpful.
So after you do your rebuttal, allow both of you 5 minutes of closing statements. Is that what
Correct.
you're proposing?
Yes,
And
that's the only thing we would agree to.
Okay, Ms. Chow.
Mr. Chair, I don't need to belabor the point, but due process requires that both parties have an adequate opportunity to be heard, including the possibility of surrebuttal. Even though it is the applicant's burden, both parties have property interests that are at issue here. Because if the approval is granted, then that affects the property interests of my clients. If it's denied, it affects the property interests of the applicant. So I don't agree that the applicant gets more rights. I'm fine if Andy wants to have the last word, but I am objecting now to a preemptory refusal to allow a surrebuttal on behalf of my clients. Thank you.
Okay. I've been advised, if I'm correct here, and Diane, please correct me if I'm wrong, that we really do not have to allow Ms. Chow to follow Andy's rebuttal with any statements. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you to set the agenda and the procedure of the meeting. So there's nothing to require it.
Okay.
Mark?
And I think,
And just for the record, I just want to make sure that my email, Diane, did make it to the chairman, which does have the case law involved regarding the parties' due process rights. I don't need to belabor here, but I just want to make sure that the chair has that information.
yeah, I did send you an email, Amy, confirming that I'd forwarded it to the town, that, as you know, it came in about 20 minutes before the hearing. So I'm not sure if he had a chance to see that or not.
I did not see your email 20 minutes before this hearing. You know, we got a lot of things at the last minute here. I'm not happy about that, frankly. But we'll proceed.
Mark?
Jeff, you were going to say something?
Yes, I would like to carve out an exception for a surrebuttal if the applicant rebuttal introduces any new items that has not been addressed previously. I think then the opponents have a right to address that new issue.
I can certify to the board chair and to the board now that my rebuttal will address strictly the materials that were submitted by CTR and the peer review comments. That's it. There won't be new material.
Brett and Lawson, any comments?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but and so this sort of technicalities, I can't really speak to, but I would say that it seems to me like 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is plenty of opportunity to hear what is a complex argument, and sort of, I don't know, I don't want to cut that short, but I also don't want to spend all night listening to that out. I also want to hear from the public. And if we spend an hour listening to attorneys, I want to make sure we have plenty of time to listen to other members of the public as well.
Thank you. Brett, any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'd prefer to have it just be, standard, petitioner goes, rebuttal, petitioner, and then have, any final points be in the closing. I think that's what you proposed, Mark. Otherwise, it's just, how far down do you go?
Yeah, I don't want to go rebuttal ad infinitum. So are we in agreement that we're gonna, Andy will go for 20 minutes, Amy will go for 20 minutes, Andy will have a 10-minute rebuttal, and then 5 minutes each?
I think that makes sense unless, to Jeff's point, if something comes up new or there's something that we,
Something new.
we
Okay,
want to hear specifically Attorney Chow address. Yeah,
Yes.
let's go with that and then sort of play it by ear, I guess, as things progress. That'd be my.
Okay.
Mark, just to clarify, is the 5-minute closing statements from each of them at the conclusion of the public comments or at the conclusion of Andy's rebuttal?
I assumed Andy's rebuttal. Is that what everybody else was thinking? Apparently, nobody's objecting.
Makes
so-
sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. And as far as the public, then we'll move on to the public part of the comments. We're going to give each member of the public 3 minutes of comment. 3 minutes to comment. I hope that the commenters will be respectful and to the fact that have a lot of, this could go on very late and we don't want to go too late. And I hope they limit their comments to new items. And if maybe instead of repeating what just someone else said, maybe say, I agree with so-and-so, or I agree with this and that, and make it as quick as possible and not use up the entire 3 minutes if not necessary. Also, we're going to do it the way we did the last time. First round, anybody who's in a butter to the project. Second will be the Tremont residents, which will include summer residents. And third, anybody from any other town who wishes to comment. Okay, is that clear? And please, when you do, please state your name and where you live. Sound good?
Mark, yep.
Yes.
Can I just add that those who want to speak use the raise their hand function so I can see their name on the side. When Mark has concluded the time for the person who's currently speaking, I will call out by name the next person to go. And I do see there's a request from the court reporter if they could spell their name when they say their name for the
Okay.
transcript.
Sounds good. And I do have a stopwatch here, Jesse, so I'll be master of ceremonies timing them here. Okay. That out of the way, let's move on and let's open up the public hearing for Acadia Wilderness Lodge Campground at 5:31 p.m. Okay, Andy, looks like you got your 20 minutes. You're on.
I need to screen share because actually Cynthia Orcutt and Greg Johnson will be the primary presenters of the original presentation, and then I'll address rebuttal later. So if I could either co-host.
Hold on a second, Andy. Jesse, a comment just popped up here. Can we limit the comments somehow? I'm not taking this out of your time, Andy. Don't worry.
No worries.
The public will have their time to comment. Please don't comment during Mr. Hamilton or Ms. Chow speaking, please.
I'm looking at it, but yes, if everybody could refrain from entering anything in the comment section, in the chat section.
Okay.
So I think we're ready to get started here at 5:33 on my computer, and I'll share content now. So
okay,
give me
you're on the clock, Andy.
2 seconds. There you go. So Cynthia and Greg, you're up.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Chairman Good, Planning Board members, members of the public. We are actually very excited, Greg and I, to present the plan. Next slide, please, Andy. You all have seen this timeline before. Our last meeting was on September 21st, when the planning board accepted our modified plan and found the application complete. Tonight is our second public hearing, and we will be presenting the plan. We will then review site plan ordinance and land use ordinance standards. And if there's time for questions or comments, that would be great. Next slide, please. As all of you know, this is a 42-acre site in Tremont on Route 102, just a little bit to the west of the southern intersection of Kellytown Road, shown here in red. Next slide, please. The original plan that was submitted to the planning board was one for 172 different sites. As you saw on the original timeline, when that came to the planning board, there was a lot of concern by residents. We did have one public hearing that had over 70 letters submitted and dozens of people making comments, at which point the applicant asked the planning board, and the planning board allowed the applicant to meet with the neighborhood to develop a plan that was more responding to the comments that they had made. And we began that by actually looking at a site analysis, which is what is the first thing you do when you do a project. And the elements of the site analysis that informed us had to do with forested wetlands, with an existing road cut, understanding the existing farmhouse. The red line shows where MDOT had indicated the safest place to enter the site. And as you can see on the photograph on the right, almost this entire site is completely wooded, and that is the character of the typical landscape. Next slide, please. I would say the next thing that we worked with the neighbors was really refining the program. Probably the biggest modification that was made was going from 172 sites that included RVs, tenting sites, cabins, to 55, so basically a third. We removed all RVs, generators, truck campers, van campers, self-tenting sites, and it is 55 sites, 37 are glamping tents, 18 are luxury yurts. The amenities that are shown here were all shown on the existing plan. They've been modified slightly. The only thing added was employee housing for 8 on this modified plan. Next plan, please. Or next slide. The plan that was developed is shown here. The goal was to create a luxury outdoor resort that maximizes the wilderness nature of the site and was not visible from the public way. That was really the goal that guided us as we placed these different program elements on the site. We will go through this in great detail tonight. But essentially, you have 37 glamping tents that are shown with the squares, kind of in the flat portion of the site. We have yurts along the ridge. There is a fitness center and spa with an outdoor pool that is shown on the western portion of the site. The farmhouse is now the check-in store, office, and cafe. A road system was somewhat modified, and maintenance and employee housing was added to the north of the site. Next slide, please. Just quickly go through these. Many of you have already seen these images. They are conceptual images of how the applicant envisions the tent sites on the bottom and the yurt sites, the photograph on the top. Next slide, please. All of these campsites will have fire pits, which are a traditional component of almost every campsite. It has been brought up that having a fire pit is a cooking facility because it is applying heat to food. I would like to point out on the top is the campfire pit at Acadia Yurts in Tremont. The bottom picture is of Terramore in Bar Harbor. I would be hard pressed to find you a photograph of any campsite on MDI or in Maine that does not have a campsite fire pit adjacent to the campsite. In response to neighbors' concern about smoke, we are adopting a technology that creates a smokeless fire pit by utilizing a secondary combustion that, as you can see in the diagram on the bottom right, is a double wall construction and burns away the smoke. they're great. I've seen them. They really do work. Next slide, please. The fitness center, spa, and outdoor pool. The pool will be a natural pool set into the landscape. The fitness center, which is detailed in your application, there is a floor plan, height and size, all detailed. It will be for fitness, for a spa facility, for massage, for yoga, all forms of wellness and aesthetics, which Mark Good can tell us what that is based on our last presentation. Okay, next slide, please. Farmhouse is renovating the existing 19th century farmhouse that sits on the site. This is the character of the renovation, so keeping it within a farmhouse vernacular. There will be a check-in center, there will be a store, campground store, and there will be a cafe. Both of these accessory uses, when they were first introduced on the original plan, were for campground use only and were only going to be operational when the campground was open. When we met with the neighbors, there were quite a few requests. You know, could these be open? Could the public come? Could we come to a yoga class? Would like to use a fitness center? And so the last application, or the last round, we had them as facilities that could be used by the public. Our opponents have raised this as making them now a principal use as opposed to an accessory use. So we have written a clarification to the board that at this point, these uses will only be operational when the campground is open. If the planning board feels that having public use is still permittable in an accessory use, then that is an option. Could we go to the next slide, please? But if the planning board feels by having the public come into these facilities turns them into a principal use, then we will go back to the original application. It is really something we were trying to do to accommodate the neighbors, and hopefully the planning board can weigh in on that. If the neighbors would like to come use it, the applicant would like to accommodate that. And just showing again, these are typical accessory uses for campgrounds, wellness center at Acadia Yurt. On the top picture, check-in center and store at Quiet Side Campground. On the bottom, and an absolutely stunning dining and cafe facility for Terramore. Wellness center at Acadia is open to the public. Terramore is not. Next slide, please. And finally, we have landscape amenities. There will be a picnic pavilion, open air pavilion, a dog park, and a playground. Again, amenities that are found often on many campgrounds on MDI and in Maine. Next slide, please. And finally, there was clarification written again to the planning board regarding the retained land. At this point in time, the land that is called retained land open space is going to stay wilderness, no trails, no picnic areas. It will remain exactly as it is. The applicant has indicated this will be the case for at least 5 years. They have also indicated that at no point in time in the future will the campground ever expand into this open space. They have said that there is a possibility in 5 years they may like to do a residential development. However, that is not part of this application. It would require an all new permit. It is not a planned development, phase 3. Right now, this application is clearly asking the planning board to recognize this as retained land open space. Next slide, please. At this point, Greg and I are going to do a review of site plan review standards and your land use ordinance standards to show how these have been met by this design. Again, going through the site analysis, it very clearly shows that this development responded to the issues and opportunities that were presented on the site. Concentrating development in the flat area. We have avoided all the steep slopes, which are shown by the hash marks, forested wetlands. The entrance is where MDOT determined it the safest. We are using an existing road cut for circulation to minimize excessive clearing, and using and understanding the topography to direct drainage flow and to suggest layout of camping sites. Next slide, please. Adequacy of the road system was analyzed by the traffic engineer, Sewell. And they use the latest ITE trip generation codes for campgrounds, fitness club, and fast casual restaurant, also assuming at the time that it was public. If it's not public, obviously there will be less. But this particular study, which the peer review concluded does provide adequate information to satisfy the ordinance requirements pertaining to traffic, was done based on public coming into the site. There are no high crash locations either. Next slide, please. This slide addresses site distance from the entrance. There is a letter from MDOT that states that they did come out on site and look at the entrance and feel that it has adequate site distance. It is also located 550 feet from the closest intersection, your standards requiring a minimum of 50 feet. So again, peer review felt this has satisfied your ordinance. Next, please. Internal vehicular circulation is a combination of one-way and two-way traffic. On this diagram, the two-way is shown in pink, the one-way is shown in yellow. Enter the site off 102 by the farmhouse in a two-way traffic, and then there is a loop. It's a one-way loop. There are two other areas that come off the loop that access yurts in both of those two locations, as well as the fitness center and the maintenance building. But the road that moves through the campground is going to be narrower, slower, one-way traffic. There's also emergency access that has been developed with town personnel, has access for fire, ambulance, police, and we have provided a turnaround for emergency vehicles. Next slide, please. Parking layout and design has met your ordinance standards. On the top left is a chart that shows how parking spaces were generated using your ordinance. We have parking for 112 vehicles that are shown, which is 4 over what your ordinance has required. We've put a few additional in by the maintenance facility. Your land use ordinance requires 1 space per campsite. However, you also require 1 space per sleeping room. So we have gone to the more conservative 1 place per sleeping room. Each tent has 1 sleeping room. So that's 1 car per tent. However, 13 of the yurts will be 2-room yurts, and therefore we are providing 2 parking spaces for each of those yurts. Everything else is pretty standard. You can see that the parking is distributed around the site in the smaller lots shown by the yellow dots. Parking provided adjacent to the use in which the parking is providing the user a parking space. Each of the glamping tents has a parking space near the tent that are accessed by a 2-track gravel access with vegetated centers, just trying to keep the tent area as wilderness, maintaining as much of the vegetation as possible. All parking is internal to the site. Pedestrian circulation is accommodated by a series of pedestrian trails. One, just to kind of discourage everybody driving their cars. We are connecting all of the different campsites to all of the accessory uses. The trails are shown by these little dots, and the trails will be very narrow. They will require no cut, no fill. They will just be on the surface, moving their way around trees. We will not be removing trees. There's a green circle that you can see around the perimeter of the site. That is a ½ mile in length. And the reason for that is just to provide a measured place for people to walk or to run to get exercise. And this will be a lit walkway. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Greg, who is going to go through a lot of the engineering, starting off with stormwater management, runoff, potentially hydrology. Thank you so much. I'll come back at the end.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Greg, there's only about 5 minutes left, so.
So basically the ordinance requirement of using natural features on and off site. We looked at areas on site that could retain or be used to treat stormwater that are down gradient of our improvements that would also have other benefits. So we looked at where the fire pond could be. Next slide, Andy, if you wouldn't mind, please. And so these areas which the town requires looking at pre and post developed rates. We did look at the 25-year storm. The first peer review concluded that on the 155 site that we've met that. The subsequent one suggested that some towns require the 10 and also the 2-year storm events. So we looked at those opportunities as well. I think the key is using the natural ability of the land. So we incorporated buffers as the ordinance requires, but also not getting too aggressive in areas where there's steep slopes. What you see on this plan is areas that are down gradient of the parking, the road, areas where we can incorporate both dry bottom detentions and wet bottom detentions. We had modified the fire pond basically to capture some lower end, smaller storms. That was part of the peer review. Again, it's above and beyond, I think, the ordinance related to stormwater, but I think our report that you have, and also your own consultants, that we can meet pre-development rates in the post-development state. And that's by detention. Next, on the erosion control specifications, not only do we have a maintenance plan, you have 10 pages worth of enforceable provisions. That means there are 10 pages worth of specifications that are not in your ordinance, but are any decision that would be granted, those would become enforceable provisions. Next slide, please. We talk about groundwater. I'll let Arnie chime in if something's missed. There's some claims that we've misstated what can be absorbed into the ground for rain to recharge the site for groundwater. 21% is a pretty conservative estimate. There's a study published, and this was in our first submittal on January 16th. I'm going to note this is not new information. This is in the binder you guys all have. A report by the USGS reports that 25% rainfall generally infiltrates the ground. This is a study on Mount Desert Island. Their use of 21% of rain recharge is not, I don't think, overreaching. In fact, it's pretty conservative. Secondly, I want to point out that water doesn't disappear. None of these houses, water comes in from one side of your house, it goes out the other. Unless people are taking it in their water bottles and leaving site, the water doesn't disappear. It's used and put back into the ground. Lastly, I just want to comment on a lot of the things that have come through the CTR comments. It said, "Whoa, hey, your groundwater yield is way higher than your septic design. Cry foul! You guys are extracting more water than your septic fields can handle." You guys have heard throughout Cynthia Orcutt's presentation, the slide shows that we have landscaped areas. The difference is 1,000 gallons in 24 between the yield of our estimated demand versus what goes to leach field. We plan on irrigating a site. It's a pretty simple concept. That explains a difference, which seems to be a big issue, but not all that comes out of the wells go into our leach fields, and that's pretty common. Next slide, please. We talk about sites for septic. Not only was on-site test pits taken, reconnaissance on whether or not those reconnaissance on whether those those septic areas met the standards. That doesn't mean just the soils. They need to meet the standards to setback to other wells. So we can't purport that there's a problem because we show a 300-foot setback to these wells that something could happen. That's not part of the application. They were hired to do their job. They found soils meeting the state subsurface rules, including setbacks, and that's confirmed by ground reconnaissance. And your own consultants agree with that determination. Next slide, please. Utilities, all underground. Utilities, probably the only campground in Tremont that has all underground utilities. We've minimized disturbances by focusing on the roads, which is considerably more length in utility, but disturbs impact to the forested nature of the property. That's the goal. Next slide, please.
Greg, it's been 20 minutes. Wind up, please.
Yep. So natural features.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think we can finish in 5 minutes, and we're happy to give another 5 minutes to the CTR group if they need another 5 minutes. But to do justice to this, Greg needs another 5 minutes.
Understand, Andy. Let me remind you that you were the one that suggested 20 minutes. Okay. Go ahead, Greg.
So what's, wait a minute, are we going another 5 minutes or aren't we? What's the resolution?
It's up to the board.
We'll give them 5 minutes.
Okay,
Take it.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We've contacted the agencies for endangered and threatened and wildlife. We've done the normal procedures. Department of Conservation says that there's no critical habitats on site. There is threatened potentiality of bat habitats. Those happen through an inland fisheries consultation at a subsequent process. There's nothing in the ordinance and nothing in any of the correspondence that says there's an impact to a significant wildlife habitat. In fact, Moist Environmental Services on the ground carefully identified over a 2-year period on-site wetlands, determined there are no wetlands of special significance. We'll hear a lot about WAS. That's an acronym for Wetland of Special Significance. There are no WASs on sites which would invoke a shoreland zoning. Furthermore, we met on site with the Department of Environmental Protection. They walked, they looked at the wetlands. They looked at these potential sites and they agreed with us. Their documentation is in here. The documentation required by your ordinance is not only here submitted in the completeness form, but the compliance is also there. And again, there are no rare or botanical features specifically within the project area. Next slide, please. How are we doing?
You have 3 minutes.
Again, as part of this, the groundwater protection, the leach fields are situated over 380 feet from the property lines down gradient. They did their work based on what the rules are. If you follow the rules, you're going to have safe drinking water. Again, this was done on the ground and not just a ad hoc, I would say, desk jockeyed effort. Moist couldn't be with us tonight, but this was actually physically done in the field. Next slide, please. Hazardous waste, none. We have indicated that we'd have some recycling centers on site. I think there was some question earlier on, way on. Mr. Jeffrey Young had read an article in the paper that said, what are we going to do about this hazardous waste of LP gas? We've talked about how other campgrounds solve that. They have recharge stations. Those canisters have recharge stations. We've talked to the clients. They'd like to employ that as well. Shoreline relationship, again, there is no wetlands of special significance invoking shoreland. Machias Savings Bank's letter of financial capacity. Applicants have worked really hard, not only with the neighbors, but with their partners in the industry and to making this project come forward. There's clear evidence that there's support for them. Solid waste, each site will have their own container plus 4 other enclosed, which is part of one of the exhibits we showed was a fenced in area for solid waste that would be screened, and they're an interior site. Lastly, historical resources, claims that we had done our own research. We did. We looked at MDOT processes. Furthermore, the state wanted us to photograph everything in the area. We went through that process. We went through the comprehensive plan. All that research is in. This is a snapshot of the information you have relative to your comp plan, the land use ordinances, and then the state. This isn't just a ruling authority on. This is not the ruling authority on your ordinance. It's only a snapshot. Plenty distance away from the floodplain. Next slide. Lastly, in buffering, with a 100-foot setback and in a berm, a constructed berm where we may get a field, the leach fields would be grassed and low-rooted plants. There's a berm. That berm has to be guaranteed for survival. The totality of the berm is 5 feet tall with a 6-foot fence. There's 11 feet of screening vertically. And that's not that anything is even happening on the other side of that. I know the ordinance has changed to even require a 50-foot setback. We're maintaining 100 throughout the site. And that actually doesn't even account for the vertical separation this property has from several of its abutting properties. I don't think you'll see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. I would just defer to Mark. I'm done. Thank you.
Yep, we're at the time limit, Mr. Chairman, 25 minutes. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Andy. Okay, board, I didn't mention before, Andy, could you clear the screen, please? Thank you. We can now have time to ask the applicants any questions. So if any of you have any questions of these people, now's the time. I'll start. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
At the last meeting we had, there was discussion about the back field, the back retained open space area. Where's the line drawn between what's the active campground area, and what is the retained area? Is it a line on a piece of paper? Is it a line on the ground? Is it a fence? How is that distinction made?
It will be a line on the ground, Mr. Member Young, and to visualize that, we could bring the concept plan back up, but we anticipate that we will keep the overall site when including the adjacent project. We'll keep it to under 20 acres. And so that will require that we deduct a set acreage and leave the balance as retained land for 5 years. And Greg, you might have those calculations.
I just wanted to add, I think what else Mr. Young was going towards, which we had said, similar to like Maine Coast Heritage Trust, have the tiny aluminum placards that are on the trees and areas, particularly to the neighbors, to warn people they're leaving the property. The perimeter of the property, including the abutters, and the limits of this development will be defined as we had discussed before. Those small placards that say limit of Acadia Wilderness Lodge.
So they will run through the middle of the property where's the cutoff between the open space land and the campground area.
Yep, exactly. Certainly up behind.
So then abutting property.
That's
Same
correct. That's
okay.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Ms. Orcott?
Yes.
First of all, it's no big deal, but I'd like to point out that Acadia Yurts is in Southwest Harbor and not Tremont.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, and I noticed in the concept photo that you showed, there was a big deck, I think with the yurts and we don't see those decks on the plan. So that was just in the concept photo. Is that correct?
That's correct. That photo was shown to illustrate a yurt in the woods, kind of, set among trees, not for the deck.
Okay. And did you also say that you're going to eliminate the trails and picnic area and the reserve land?
That's correct.
Okay. And you refer to some changes you made and submitted to the planning board. Where are those?
They were a letter that was written by the applicant that clarified the removal of the trails, the operation of accessory uses only during times that the campground is open.
I hadn't seen that, and I don't know, did I not get that, or am I missing something? Jesse, do you know?
It was a single page letter from James and Kenya Hopkins, and it was included in our submittal packet on October 5th.
Okay, thank you.
While we're on that, if I may, while we're on that letter, it discussed that the spa and the pool and the cafe will only be open when the campground's open versus being open year round.
Correct.
But if I remember correctly, it doesn't say open for who.
Correct.
Who would it be open for?
So what we indicated is that we had requests from neighbors to be able to use those facilities, and we would like to accommodate that. However, if the planning board feels by allowing the public to use those facilities that we no longer qualify as accessory uses, then we cannot do that. We will just stay accessory uses for campground use only. So we're really throwing it to the planning board because there's nothing definitive that says one way or the other in your ordinance. And it seems that there is a desire for the public to use those facilities. However, we will do what the planning board feels is appropriate in order for those uses to continue to be accessory uses to the campground.
not to get too deep in the weeds, but when you say open to the public or not open to the public, if you sold memberships to the spa, would that be considered open to the public in your mind or not? Versus just door open?
I think that's open for discussion. If that is a way that the planning board would feel there is more control, then I think that is something that we would certainly look into. I could see how some people would say, if you have memberships, you're open to the public. So again, I think that's probably a really good idea. If you want to monitor flow in and out of the fitness center, regulated a little bit, that could be a way of handling it. The wellness center in Southwest Harbor, I apologize, Mark, that one is open to the public. They have yoga, they have flotation, they have massage, they have, and you basically sign up online.
I'd just like to add a couple of real quick comments. I won't be long. Similarly, we think that some of the amenities could be community benefits. We're certainly not going to prevent the fire department from using the fire pond should they need to fight a fire that's offsite. I don't feel like that's all of a sudden open to the public. I think we're just pointing out that some of the amenities, as carefully planned, could be regional or at least local benefits. That's all.
Thank you. Jeff, anything else there?
No.
Okay. Lawson, Brett?
I'm good.
Not at this time, I don't think, no.
Okay. So do we want to move on to Ms. Chow then?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do so. Amy, where are you here? Disappeared from my screen.
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. You
Okay.
ready to go?
I am.
Okay, time started.
Actually, with your indulgence, before you start the time, would you allow me to screen share? Not an expert
Sure,
at this.
sure, why not? We let Andy do it, so we'll let you do it.
Hmm. Okay, hang on. Thought I had this teed up and ready to go. Bear with me. Can you all see that on the screen?
No,
No.
No, I can't see you. Okay, now can you see that?
yes, we can now. Okay, you
I will-
ready
I
to,
will-
oh,
I-
it disappeared?
Yes, that's intentional.
Oh, okay.
I was
So you
trying
ready
it
to
out.
go? Are you ready
Yes.
now?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you for your
Okay, time
indulgence.
started. Okay,
Okay. My name is Amy Chow. I'm an attorney at Tremont Woodsum, and on behalf of Concerned Tremont Residents, which is a group of both abutters and Tremont community members, I wanted to start this presentation. I'm going to shortly turn this over to two engineers, Mark Bergeron from TRC and Matt Reynolds of Drumlin Environmental. I think the board should hear from them. And also, there are many members of CTR as well as other community members who I'm sure you are hoping to hear from, and I hope that you will consider all of the comments from members of the public with an open mind. With that said, I won't go into a lot of the legal arguments which I've already made in a number of the submissions. I'm sure everyone is relieved about that, but I will just simply incorporate them by reference. We've made some arguments with respect to the residential dwelling unit argument, and with respect to some other pieces, we believe that the May 5th campground amendments to the land use ordinance do apply. I don't need to go into why, but even if they were not to apply, we believe that the planning board should find that this September 14th application, which was submitted, does not meet the standards for approval under either your land use ordinance or the site plan review ordinance. and cannot move forward in its current form. So I'd like to concentrate on 3 points before I turn it over to the engineers. But before I do that, I just wanted to remind the board, I think, as Andy has already, Mr. Hamilton has already mentioned, that it is the applicant who bears the burden here to demonstrate that the standards are met before any approval can be granted by the planning board. And if the applicant hasn't met the burden, then the planning board cannot approve the project. Also, another point related to that is that this project, the planning board must review against the standards in your ordinance without any comparison to the original proposal. Heard a lot about this is better, it's reduced, it's far better, it's what the community wants. You can't approve and consider whether this is a better project than the original proposal, which was an 172 unit project, if nevertheless the standards in your ordinance are not met. And this is a situation which we believe on originally a 43 acre parcel, you have a very dense project that has been squished into less than or more than around half the size of the parcel. It's complex, it's dense, and it's the largest project, I believe, to be reviewed by this planning board in recent history. And leading to the 3 points I'd like to make. The first point is that the planning board should not rush through your review process here because of this notion that there may be a moratorium voted on November 2nd. Secondly, the planning board should not give final approval, even conditional approval in this instance for a project of this density, size, and complexity without determining whether DEP is going to require that this project, which we believe is of such a size and because of its phasing, requires review under the Site Location of Development Act. And I will have one of our engineers who used to actually handle site location of development applications on behalf of DEP speak to that issue. We believe this is a project that does require SLOTA review and approval, which does impact the overall design and layout of this project. And so it would be inappropriate in this situation to have the planning board simply rubber stamp a conditional approval when so many unknowns have not been determined. And then finally, our engineers will speak to this issue of the fact that the details in design that have been included in the September 14th application are simply not sufficient to demonstrate that the standards are met. And the engineers will go through some very clear examples of those insufficiencies. I think I'll go back to my points, turn it over to the engineers, and then we'll, if there's time allowed at the end, I'll wrap up with some cats and dogs. So to my first point about why the planning board should undertake careful review, I think without going back into history of how the planning board has, I think, allowed this process not to run according to its normal procedures with respect to a completeness review. But this is a situation where initially in my first meeting with the board, Mr. Hamilton said, and I agree with him initially, that the board must look at this application on its own merits and not be influenced by any moratorium that might be voted upon on November 2nd. And I agree that that's the case. The moratorium is not of the planning board's concern. It's operating on a different, in a different area. The board is supposed to look at an application and apply the standards and do a thorough and complete review, regardless of how long that takes. So that means you shouldn't unduly delay review. We're not asking for that, but we are asking that you not rush through review, which we believe that the applicants have been trying to do, and we would urge you not to do that. And for example, the peer review report that Haley Ward did, it did not address all of the 4 issues the planning board asked. The planning board has the right to and should have Haley Ward go back and do what you asked it to do. and not operate on some artificial timeline that is rushed. And the reason that's important, I think, is that you have to be very careful with review. And I'm going to now share a screen, hopefully. One of the reasons that's so, can you all see that? Mr. Chair?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. One of the reasons that's so is that we just learned with the submittal of the October 5th pre-hearing submittal that AWL sent, what we saw, and I'll just scroll down, was this figure here on the right-hand side, which is difficult to see, but it appears to be the site plan for the first campground that the planning board approved in 2019. And you might be asking, well, why am I speaking about that? The reason I'm speaking about that is that the original site plan that the planning board approved for an 11 cabin campground in 2019, which appears outlined in yellow here, then was amended by the applicant in 2020. And minor amendments only are supposed to go to the CEO. And what was represented to the CEO was that AWL wanted to simply replace the cabins, which were a supply problem, with yurts of the same size, so that the overall square footage of this project would remain the same. And based upon my conversations with Jesse Dunbar, who was the CEO at the time, it was his understanding, and I don't want to misrepresent what he said, but that he was told that the square footage of these structures would not change at all. It would just simply be a swapped out yurts for the cabins that were initially there. And what has actually happened on these plans, and this is the most recent plan that has been submitted and approved as of July of this year, is that with the addition of 11 yurts now and the replacement of the yurts, for the cabins, the overall square footage of the structures has almost doubled in size. And I would submit to you that that is not a minor revision. That is a revision that should have come back to you as a planning board. That's something that we're going to look into as an appeal. But this is an example that illustrates why it's very important for the planning board to be careful in its review and to make sure that what you approve is actually what is going to be built on the ground. Another reason why it's important is that in 2019, this was not presented to the planning board as a phased development or as a phase in a phased project. Now it appears the applicant is admitting that this is a phase in a multi-phase project. And in the letter to DEP, which was just submitted on September 29th from Greg Johnston to the DEP, he attached and showed what looks to be the site plan for the first campground site. And what you'll see here, we can't see a very big picture of this, but I don't believe this particular site plan for AWL1, the first campground, has been approved by the planning board either. And yet it seems to show some connectivity by way of a road that is going to connect to the current project. All of this is, I mention this because this clearly is a common scheme of development. It clearly is going to require planning board review, and the planning board is entitled to consider the impacts to the first campground site as it reviews this site. And when it does so, you will hear from our engineers, it will be crystal clear, we believe, that the acreage and the impervious surface thresholds will qualify this project, because it's quite a large project when you look at it in the aggregate as a phase project that it is, that it will qualify for Site Location of Development Act review and permitting requirements. Why is that important? And why is that important for how you look at this project and your review of this project. We believe because SLOTA review is required here, and because the requirements under SLOTA in many cases are stricter than your ordinance, and I will leave it to Mark Bergeron to outline some of those specific examples, that that may very well affect materially the design and layout of this project. So it's inappropriate to use a condition of approval with a project that is going to require this kind of rigorous review, because you're just going to end up seeing it again. So we would ask that you not issue final approval here until you know what DEP is going to require of this project when it is properly looked at as a common scheme of development. Finally, I'll just turn it over to Mark Bergeron and to Matt Reynolds to talk about the insufficient detail in this application that should result in the planning board finding this to be an application that does not meet the standards in your ordinance. So without further ado, can I turn it over to Mark? You out there, Mark?
I am, yes. Can everybody hear me okay?
13 minutes are up, so it's pointing that out.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Good, members of the planning board. My name is Mark Bergeron. I am with TRC Environmental based in Augusta, Maine. We're a civil engineering and environmental firm working on a number of different projects across Maine. Brief history of my background: I'm a civil engineer by training. I have about 20 years in the private consulting business and engineering design. But as Amy had mentioned, I also worked for the last 8 years prior to me joining TRC at the Maine Department of Environmental Protection. I ran that bureau, the land bureau that reviews and approves site law applications, stormwater management permits, wetland impacts, shoreland zoning, those types of things. So I have the familiarity on both sides of the fence, if you will, from the private sector development end of things, but also the public sector approval and review and administration of environmental standards. Hopefully everybody has seen the letter that I wrote on October 5th, outlining some of those things. As Amy had mentioned, we believe that this project will require a Site Location of Development Act, or what they call a site law permit. Those are permits for larger types of developments. And there's 3 primary triggers that, again, I outlined in detail, but briefly, those 3 triggers have to do with what the DEP calls occupied land, which is kind of what it sounds like. They don't have a formal legal definition of it, but if it involves some sort of development, or if it's related to the development, they consider that occupied land. If you have more than 20 acres of occupied land, that's one of the triggers for site law. Another trigger is 3 acres of, technically it's called strip graded and not revegetated within 1 calendar year. That can be broadly understood as impervious area. Gravel, buildings, pavement, parking lots, those types of things. If you have 3 or more acres of impervious area for a new development, that would also trigger a site law development. Amy had also mentioned this concept of a common scheme of development. In the past, probably the deep dark past, some applicants had tried to avoid site law applications by carving out parcels or setting up projects in certain ways that they could be viewed differently, even though they were potentially even on abutting or adjacent lands. But when reality, looking at the concept of it is, yeah, that's one development. One example is car dealerships. So if you start with 1 car dealership, but then you buy lands next to you, and eventually you have 6 or 7 different car dealerships, maybe under different brand names, but it's all a car dealership. So DEP typically looks at those as one. So common scheme of development by itself isn't a trigger, but DEP looks cumulatively at those types of projects that could be considered. And we believe that what we're calling AWL, or AWL1, which is the 11-unit campground, plus the proposal that you have in front of you, those 2 developments themselves, which the applicant has stated that those are linked. Those are, one part of the, those are one project. Those 2 parcels together would also trigger site law. What we're working on currently is kind of an independent check of the 20-acre occupied lands threshold, as well as the 2.9 acres of impervious area. Based on the applicant's stormwater models, it appears to us that it's clear that the 3 acres of impervious area will be triggered. Because we don't have the CAD or survey files for that, it's difficult for us to accurately do that, but we believe that the applicant should provide a table of information, more details, a plan that are coded and cross-referenced to things. But we are going to be working on an occupied land map and area that we will believe will show that site law is important. And again, Amy mentioned, why is this important to the planning board? Why should you care? DEP does their thing, the town should do their thing. Well, it is important, again, because DEP has a number of standards that overlap or may be more stringent than what the town has. Some of those may be or include noise, water supply, septic layouts, buffers, and to some degree stormwater. So again, how does that affect things? Well, if indeed a site law permit is required, some of the DEP standards may require changes or additions to the project, or locational changes of some of the project features that will affect what the planning board is reviewing and changing. So if nothing else, from a practical standpoint, the planning board should only want to look at things once and look at one final plan versus kind of a continuing string of changing plans. And well, I thought that was, no, this is, what is the current plan? So having that final current, this is the development understanding is very important for not only the planning board, but concerned members of the public. So we believe that that's very important. Matt Reynolds is going to.
Mark, sorry to interrupt. I want to make sure Matt has enough time to speak as well, but could you touch briefly on, maybe you were headed here, the wetlands, your wetlands work and your critique of that?
Sure. Again, you can take a look at the
19 minutes are up. Just about 19 minutes are up. So go ahead.
Thank you. So again, you can look at the details in our comment letter from October 5th, where again, the applicant has stated that they've done wetland surveys, they have reports, they have the data. We just haven't seen that. So we think that's an important piece of things. So again, that's one more example of, the data may be there, but as Amy had mentioned, as Mr. Hamilton had mentioned as well, the burden of proof is on the applicant. So where I was going to go next was Mr. Reynolds is going to talk about water supply and septic layout issues that again are also very important to the site law process with DEP that could affect the change or could affect the layout and locational things of the project. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mark. Matt?
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, this is, I'm Matt Reynolds. I'm with Tremont Environmental. I'm a hydrogeologist and work on water supply issues, and have done a number of these reviews and done a number of project designs similar to this. We're based in Portland. As Mr. Bergeron said, our focus was on several aspects of the application related to the water supply, the wastewater disposal, and the groundwater protection criteria in your ordinance. And those three things are all sort of interrelated. And in our review, which is described in our letter of October 5th, we kind of lay out in detail some of the questions and concerns. I'll try to go over those in sort of a generalized sense. And then if the board has any questions, I'd be more than happy to discuss them in more detail. With respect to the water supply, we did raise the question of how much water does this development really need? The application represents several different numbers. We find traditionally what you find is a table that simply says, this is how we calculated the numbers we need. This is how much goes to the leach fields. This is how much we use for something else. And so, and that's fundamental both to the water supply and to the wastewater disposal. How much water do you need? And there's a lot of different numbers that float around in the application. So what we suggested is that that number be determined based on the parameters and the criteria and the proposal. Another probably more important element of the water supply discussion that's in the application is that the water supply discussion identifies a particular set of wells that will be part of the water supply and piping and so forth. It talks about the adequacy of water supply, and with regard to the adequacy, there's a
3
map.
minutes, Mr. Reynolds. 3
Okay,
minutes, sir.
all right. An important element of that is that there's a lot of uncertainty. The testing that was done off-site, really doesn't tell you much about on-site water supply availability. What tells you about that is the map that they included with a wide range of wells and capacities as in the neighborhood. And important to, probably most important to the design is that there's no storage proposed in the water system, which means that when everybody gets up in the morning and turns on the water and uses the restrooms and so forth, there's a much higher demand than the average demand, which is what's discussed in the proposal. And there's no provisions to handle that peak demand that in the proposal. So that's a pretty significant omission in my view. With respect to the wastewater disposal, there's a couple of elements, and again, we talk about those in our letter. Going back to how much water does really need to be disposed of? There's a number of 10,924. The wastewater discussion doesn't talk about that much water. But probably the most important is that the leach fields are sized based on the inclusion of pretreatment for the wastewater. That allows the leach fields to be made smaller, fit into those footprints, and the proposal doesn't include any pretreatment. It was recommended by the soil report. It's not included in that report. If that pretreatment isn't there, then the leach fields won't work. Importantly, if that pretreatment is there and the leach fields are made smaller, one of the risks and there's no analysis of this, is you're putting too much water in too small a footprint, even though it's not, it's been partially treated, and the soils and the underlying shallow bedrock can't accommodate that water and it breaks out on the surface, up gradient of the yurts. So again, that's a question that is outstanding in the application from my perspective. And finally, the third item is the groundwater protection component of the ordinance, which says that there needs to be a demonstration that the main drinking water standards will be met at the property boundary. What's been represented in the ordinance is that there's a 300-foot circle shown around the leach fields. Leach field 1, its 300-foot radius goes off-site. So I using that logic, it would, there's some implication that there's groundwater impact off-site to the west. Really, what needs to be done is there needs to be an analysis of that to see.
You've had your 25 minutes. If you want to finish the sentence, go ahead.
Well, again, there should be an analysis of that so that the planning board understands whether there's impact off-site to the west, which is downhill, currently undeveloped, but it's neighboring property.
Okay, thank you very
Hopefully
much.
that gives you a high level view of my thoughts.
Thank you, Matt. That's all we have. I know we're out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Jesse, I keep hearing some background. Is somebody not muted?
Yep, that's what that was.
Okay, thank you. It's kind of distracting. Any questions for these folks? Board?
Yeah. Or me, well, I don't know, Attorney Chow, actually might be a question for Jeff, but it's to I'll just ask it anyway and see where it goes. I thought the issue was raised as whether this was subject to I forget the acronym, basically a phased development.
SPLOTA, I think it was the SPLOTA.
Yeah, I thought at the last meeting, the applicants had said they talked to the state about that, and the state said no. Did I get that wrong? Jeff, was that my recollection? Can you refresh my recollection on that?
Who you talking to, Jeff Young?
I'm talking to Jeff, let's see, who am I talking to?
Greg.
Greg. I thought this came up in a question in the last meeting, and I thought we addressed it, but I just want to revisit that.
So the question is to me, Brett?
Yeah, because I think this question, whether it was a phased development, it was raised in the last meeting, and we asked you, or it came, or Andy had asked you, and you said, as I recall, there was some discussion between the applicant and the state of Maine with respect to the applicability of that statute. But I just want to make,
You asked specifically, do we have evidence of contacting the state agencies which your ordinance requires? That was one of our submittal requirements. We have submitted to the DEP, and whether or not site law applies or not, insinuating we would not get the appropriate permits is not how it works, and it's not a reason to delay our hearing. We've met several times with them. They haven't given us a final conclusion because we're in the middle of this process, right? Your ordinance actually doesn't say you may condition. It actually says you will condition plans on state approval. So to answer your question directly, Brett, we're asked, we showed evidence, we reached out to them. That's what the ordinance requires.
All right, Attorney Chow, I raised it because at least in my mind, in the last meeting, the issue was kind of settled and we were just going to move forward. And so when you raised it again and continued with that theme, I just wanted to refresh at least my recollection of what occurred at the last meeting and where we landed. So thanks.
Sure.
I just want to add, I hope that's a question, Brett, that doesn't take away from our time of rebuttal, which will happen.
No.
And could I similarly be heard on this briefly? Because, Because I believe
Please
Mr.
do.
Johnson,
I think the question should be addressed to Ms. Chow and her team here.
yes.
Go ahead.
And I will have Mark address this briefly, but you're right that for the completeness determination, the question was whether or not the applicant showed evidence that they had made contact with DEP to determine if site location law applies. And then in their October 5th submission, they did show evidence of that. And you'll see that in their September 29th letter. But we have challenged both through our own calculations whether or not SLOTA does apply. And the reason that is important here, we believe, is that with the application of SLOTA to this project, the requirements that are overlapping and in some cases more stringent may very well implicate the overall design and requirements of this project. For example, Mr. Reynolds mentioned septic and water supply issues. Because they are so interrelated, because they need to be placed in relation to each other with respect to setbacks, DEP is going to want to know about that. And so in this case, we believe it's inappropriate to condition approval on a project that is of this large in size and that we believe is subject to SLOTA. And Greg is correct that the DEP has not made a final determination as to whether this is subject to SLOTA. And we're not suggesting that the planning board can't do any review, but we are suggesting that it would be inappropriate to give final approval to this project without knowing what DEP is going to require of this site. And right now we have made contact with DEP as an interested party to provide what we believe is evidence that shows that this project should be subject to SLOTA. Mark, do you want to speak to that briefly? I think you did contact someone.
Sure, exactly. Mr. Witham, we're not disputing that the applicant has not reached out to DEP. That's not the case. What we're saying is that we believe we have differing information than the applicant that would show that the project would require site law. So what we plan on doing is providing that information to DEP. DEP can then look at it if they have questions. Typically, what's happened in the past when I was working there, if there was a question with evidence, with details of other information than what the applicant showed, then DEP would go back to the applicant and say, hey, we've got this information. Can you please comment on it? Are they right? Are they wrong? Give us that type of information. That's what we're seeking for from the DEP.
Okay, so you've independently intervened with the DEP and submitted your difference. Yeah.
We're in that process, correct.
Got it. Amy Chen, I'm also curious, you mentioned density and you mentioned, we've mentioned time and time again the size of the project. Have you done any analysis? I'm just curious to compare this proposed project with the two campgrounds that already exist in Tremont. For example, the Bass Harbor Campground. I'm looking at that map right, the site, the plan for that one, and or the Quiet Side Campground. Have you looked and compared it to those already approved campgrounds in any way?
All right, I have not. Are you, I'm sorry, is that addressed to me, Mr. Witham?
Yes, it was. Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have not done an independent analysis of those two other campgrounds in relation to this proposal. No, I haven't.
All right, thanks. That's it for me.
Oh, question, Jesse, those two other campgrounds, are there files? I thought we talked about this. Have they applied previously, or did they grandfather in on the zoning before this became applicable?
It's a little of both, but there's definitely files on them. They've gotten permits throughout their history of being here. Whether or not they were approved in their very beginning, I'd have to look through the file.
And they were either approved under the existing regulations or they existed when the existing regulations were written. Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Brett, do you mind if I answer your question or not? It wasn't directed to us, but
I'd love to hear it. I think it's important.
So we did that research. The Bass Harbor Campground is 13 acres. This is in Tremont and has 113 sites advertised. That's 12 acres, 13 acres, 113. The Quiet Side Campground is 10 acres, has 36 sites.
Yeah.
Okay. One more that stretches, the Seawall Campground is 202 sites. And each of them, though, all of those include RVs, tenting, cabins. They're starkly different than what's being proposed, but I thought I would just answer your question because we kind of wanted to look at where we fell on the
That's
scale
not
of
quite
these.
true. The Quiet Side Campground does not include RVs, for one thing. And
I'm just
Seawall is in Southwest Harbor. So go ahead.
Thanks. That's the comparison we had. I've seen RVs parked out there. Sorry, Mark, if you have a different experience. But anyways, we did look at that.
Live next to it.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I would like to hear more of this. I don't know if people plan to address it in the closing argument, but I know it's going to come up, this idea of light commercial use. And what I've been thinking about, and so a lot of people have been thinking about it, is the concept of pardon me?
Somebody is not muted and it keeps interfering here. I don't know who it is. I've been getting that too.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about the concept of, and I'm not sure it's applicable in this planning board, but I think it is from a common sense perspective, stare decisis, and just making sure that whatever we decide is generally consistent with what's been done in the past, what's been approved in the past. When people know, when they buy land, when they live here, when they have a general sense of what they can do with it. And so as and Jeff, to your point, I don't know all the details and history of these campgrounds, but I know one thing. I know either they were approved under the existing regulations or they existed when the existing regulations were passed and there was no comments. No one said you can't do this anymore, or this is prohibited. And so I would like to, at some point, for someone to address the relative sort of views of what's being proposed as compared to what's already here. That's just my own personal opinion.
I agree with you, Brett, as to looking at what's there, and I guess we're going to have Jesse do some digging, what applications have been made in the history of those two campgrounds. I don't have that
I
much.
don't think we do. I think, as I said, we can assume two things. Either they were approved under the existing rules, or they existed under the existing rules, and there's nothing in those rules that says that these campground, the type of campgrounds that are here now, would not, do not meet the rules or do not meet light commercial use. And either they were approved under the rules, and that concept of stare decisis clearly applies, or if they existed when these rules were written, people had an opportunity to make some changes that are made clear that you couldn't do something like this, and they didn't do it. So I don't think we actually need to look into the history. It's just it's one of those two things, and I just want the applicants and the folks that are opposing them to talk about that at some point.
Well, you expanded on your statement when you say that people who've changed it if they were in existence before, and they would have changed it if they wanted it changed. I take issue with that a little bit as a conclusion to draw. I think if we did look at the history a little bit, it could shed light on the issue you've brought up.
We have the rules that we have here now, and we've got to deal with those. And there's one of two scenarios. They're either approved under these rules now, or the campgrounds existed when these new rules were written. And from my perspective, either way, it's very informative to me.
Mr. Witham, if I may just quickly, and in the history, I don't know the history, so I defer to those who do know the history. And I know Mr. Young has mentioned that maybe for contextual purposes, it would be helpful to have Jesse research which campground rules the previous campgrounds were approved under. But I do think it's important to note that you have the standards before you now, and this planning board must apply those standards regardless of what a previous planning board may have done, and regardless of what evidence may have been presented to a planning board from years past about whether a standard was met or not, and regardless of whether or not the applicant met their burden or not. This application should stand on its own and should be reviewed under your current standards, regardless of that history.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just say we're getting into argument now, and I thought we had questions from the planning board.
You're muted, Mark.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm aware that Andy and I was about ready to cut it short here. Other questions of Ms. Chow or her team? I've got Ms. Chow, you mentioned something about the yurts that were built and the fact the square footage exceeded or is doubled. The square footage of the structures has doubled, and it wasn't necessarily the same size as the cabins that we initially approved. Well, that would be a violation, I'm guessing, which would be up to Jesse to investigate and to issue a violation. That's the case. But why do you think it's important in this case? I didn't quite follow that.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that. I agree. It would be a violation. It's something that we are pursuing because your ordinance allows minor amendments to site plans to be approved by the CEO only if it's necessary to address field conditions. I think we can all agree that an almost doubling in size of the actual aggregate square footage of these structures on this site is more than a minor change. And the reason I believe that's important for you to review is twofold. One is,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm trying to answer a question.
Mr. Hamilton, she's answering my question.
Are you going to let me answer the question?
I'm going to just cite an objection for the record and then let you continue. Okay. My objection for the record is we're talking about a previously approved project that is not the subject of the application before the planning board. And Ms. Chow is cutting into time reviewing this particular application. That being said, continue.
You asked me why I felt it is germane to this issue, and I understand that Andy may disagree, but it's germane for two reasons. One, because we do believe this is a common scheme of development. This applicant actually drew a connector road. They're now saying it's an emergency road. There's connectivity between these two sites. At the time this made it before the planning board in 2019, the first campground wasn't disclosed as part of a phased project. Now they are admitting that it is part of a phased project. I think the planning board can and should consider the impacts that this first campground that has been approved has had and will have on the current project. DEP would require that under site location, and I believe the planning board should also consider that when it holds the applicant's feet to the fire as to what it is proposing to do, and not what and what it's proposing to do and what the planning board approves is what should be built, not something different. So I'm just simply saying that the planning board should be very careful in its review of this and not
Okay,
rush through
thank
that.
you. I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions?
Yeah, as Brett brought up the subject of the light commercial issue that we've been wrestling with for all these months. And I'd like to ask in the same vein of an issue we've been wrestling with is whether these yurts and tents are residential dwellings and the logic behind the opponents that equates them as residential dwellings rather than as just tents, which once they get qualified changes the whole approach to the application. And I'm trying to get straight in my head.
That was a question for Ms. Chow, right?
Correct.
Okay.
What?
I wasn't sure, I'm sorry. Well, as we outlined in our letter, we do believe that these yurts and cabins do qualify as residential dwelling units. These are, as the photos show, these are units that have bedrooms, their own private shower, their own private toilet, their own private decks, and they do have cooking facilities. And however you describe what a cooking facility is, these are described as having full kitchen countertops with sinks in them and full-size refrigerators, which in some definitions, including there is no definition of cooking facilities under your ordinance, would include a cooking facility. The fact that it may not include an actual cook stove is a detail that we believe doesn't turn what otherwise is a residential dwelling unit into simply a campsite. That's not what this is. This is not a primitive camping site. This is a luxury unit that we believe does meet your definition of a residential dwelling unit and does require ultimately subdivision review. If each of these yurts could be condoed and held in separate ownership,
Yep.
I think it's not difficult to see how you could use these yurts very much like residential dwelling units, because they are, and you would be circumventing the minimum lot size requirements and the subdivision review requirements of those dwelling units.
So Mr. Chairman, I can't stand by and just allow theories about speculation as to land area and theories about whether there are cooking
Andy,
facilities.
you'll have your time to
inside the tents.
rebuttal in a minute.
I knew you'd say that, and what you're doing is you're yielding review of the application based upon evidence against the review standards to a set of speculative theories about what this is as a land use. And it's not fair to the applicant, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to have the chance to respond to sort out some of this as we go along. Otherwise, you're taking Ms. Chow at her word, and her word doesn't line up with the facts of this application. So I object, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, as a matter of process, I understand that Andy has 10 minutes of rebuttal that I won't have. And so if he wants to address those comments during that rebuttal, I'm simply answering a question that a planning board member has asked me, or trying to do so. So I would ask that Andy's rebuttal be taken out of his time.
Andy, you're making the assumption that we're taking her word. She's telling us what she thinks. It doesn't mean that we're going to buy it, right?
So if may I continue, Mark?
Sure.
Ms. Chow, if you get down to whether it's cooking or not, and we get down to that detail, Do you see that a grill, a gas grill on a deck is considered part of the yurt or cabin, as opposed to a gas grill that's on the front ground outside its front door and not necessarily on a deck that's part of the structure?
Well, what I can tell you is that that the law court has addressed this issue and said that the notion of a cooking facility is something that can be addressed by your ordinance. And your ordinance doesn't define cooking facilities, but it does say that you look at the dictionary term for cooking facilities. And so I think you can consider all of these things, including the grill, but also including the fact that these grills have actual cooking kits to retrofit them as cooking facilities, as well as the layout inside the yurts themselves. I think that is not immaterial to the analysis of whether this is a residential dwelling unit. These have full-size kitchen counters, full-size refrigerators, and full-size sinks. This is not just a wet bar. This is an entire area set aside for cooking, whether or not you have a heat source that's a microwave or something else.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? Okay, hearing nothing. Andy, we'll give you your 10 minutes rebuttal time, okay?
Before the clock starts, I need to share materials again, Jesse.
Okay, yep.
Thanks, Jesse. So I'm going to just go down through.
You ready to start now, Andy?
Yeah. So
Okay.
can you see what's on the screen?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to try to do this in the most efficient fashion possible. I may ask Greg Johnston, particularly on the water inputs, and Arnie Fessenden in terms of his experience with wells on Mount Desert Island based upon numerous projects he's been involved with, to comment. I must say I'm familiar with both Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Reynolds. I worked with Mr. Reynolds supportive of Poland Springs effort to site wells in Rumford, Maine. And I have to say he's worked on much larger scale projects than this one. And I would only note that Ms. Chow's reference consistently to the size of this project is a bit objectionable. This is a fairly small scale project from a statewide review standard. I agree with Ms. Chow that the applicant has the burden. And because we have the burden, I want the opportunity to go through some of the comments that CTR made and our responses to those. First, with respect to Bergeron comments 1 through 3, the board and the land use ordinance acknowledge that state permits have to be obtained prior to construction. The applicant's October 5 submittal provides the LUAR requirement of evidence of review with regulatory agencies. I would like to direct the board and all of us to section 8D8 of the land use ordinance, which advises applicants that the board will issue decisions conditional upon other permitting authorities. We're trying at the very close thin margin. If we're over 20 acres, we're barely over 20. We think we're under 20. If we're barely over 3 acres, we think we're under 3 acres. We're talking about such marginal differences in terms of land occupation, excavated and unrevegetated, as the regulatory term is used, that we think the opponents should not be able to subject the land use and site plan review ordinance process to their reinvention of whether site law should dictate to the town of Tremont how it does its land use reviews. Instead, we all have to play by the rules of the game. And the rules of the game say it's the applicant's job to submit evidence that they've submitted the project for review to the state agencies. And then you have not only the authority, but the obligation to condition your approval on compliance with state standards. I will also say I disagree with most of what Amy Chow has said tonight because, and that will shock you, but page 10 of 29 of the site plan review ordinance says in Article 7B6 that there is efficiency that's required. The planning board must take final action on applications within 30 days of determining the application is complete. The board shall act to deny, to approve, or to approve the application with conditions. It says, finally, all time limits provided for in this section may be extended by mutual agreement of the applicant and planning board. The completeness review was confirmed. It had been done in April of 2021. So we're long overdue. As the chairman noted, we restarted the process by Eureka being responsive to neighborhood comments and reducing a project from 155 units down to 55 units. Virtually a third of what's in the moratorium ordinance, virtually a third of what was in the original application. And here's where I vehemently disagree with Ms. Chow. I think the planning board must consider that when the review comments of Haley Ward on the original project were favorable as to compliance with standards, that when you reduce the project by 2/3 down to about 1/3 of its original size, it's pretty evident why Haley Ward did not have a large difficulty with its review. The only difficulty was wordsmithing as to the difference between hydrology and groundwater inputs. But Mr. Reynolds has stated clearly what we need to look at there. So I have lots of responses to Mr. Bergeron, but I'm going to just note that I think the Haley Ward review comments deal with most of this. Ms. Lawson's mic is open and it's cutting into my time. I'll pause. There we go. So I could go down through this, but I would have to say that all of Mr. Bergeron's comments can be addressed by the understanding that the land use and site plan review ordinances in Tremont require that necessary federal permits be secured with, and that we have to do appropriate habitat identification methods. We're going to comply with DMR and Army Corps requirements. If a Section 401 water quality certification is required, that's not clear, then we'll get one. Comment 11 is addressed because GF Johnston has identified any shoreland zoning overlay districts with the parcel boundaries and any standards related to buffers and wetland setbacks. Comments 12 and 13 are addressed by the Haley Ward peer review, and placement of roads and driveway openings will be appropriately cited. Comment 14 repeats comments 1 through 3, and therefore it's addressed above in what we had stated, and that is the board in luau acknowledge that state permits have to be obtained prior to construction. Again, we've submitted what we're required to by the review ordinance. I think these opponents to this project would have us have to meet different standards that are in the ordinance. That's not the law in Tremont. It's not the law in most towns. You don't have to go through site law review in order to get a local permit. The Hopcroft wastewater and septic comments have all been addressed in the Haley Ward peer review. The Reynolds water comments, and Matt, I agree with your frame that we should explain the water inputs. And so Greg, if you would, in a minute or so, just explain how the water inputs come together for the benefit of the board. Are you ready, Greg? I would just say, as Greg gets ready, Haley Ward's peer review concluded that AWL's wastewater, septic, and stormwater provisions in the application are adequate and satisfy ordinance requirements. Mr. Reynolds' further comments will be addressed in the Fessenden responses to the Reynolds comments. And because Mr. Fessenden's responses, Mr. Fessenden is on, but he's asked me to summarize his testimony in response. So I'm just going to go to the drumlin statements. The first one is that the AWL provides water to more than 25 people, therefore it will be a public water supply. Our response is the main drinking water program has been provided project plans, and we've discussed the project as shown in the GF Johnston submittal. The main drinking water program has advised our team to seek prior approval before drilling the wells. And if there's any experience, it's as a matter of process. This board knows that before we could drill wells, on the 11 unit yurt campground that was already approved by the planning board. We had to get main drinking water program approval. The well that's on that site produces 100+ gallons per minute. And this well was used for the drawdown test for the proposed campground. Now, we're not saying all wells are going to produce 100+ gallons per minute, but we certainly got adequate water in the area. To show the adequacy of the water, as Greg mentioned in his presentation, Fessenden's assumption of 21% recharge is conservative compared to the USGS data that shows a 25% recharge rate. All projects using these recharge rates have been submitted by Mr. Fessenden to local boards and the Maine DEP Land Bureau geologic staff for the projects, including SLOTA projects. And those were reviewed and approved based on Mr. Fessenden's work. The water inputs is where Mr. Johnston might take over if he's available now, but I can go through it if you're not, Greg.
You have about 1 minute, Andy.
Go ahead.
Are you
Andy.
there?
Yep.
Are you there, Greg?
Go ahead.
So I would just say Fessenden used at Mr. Johnston's suggestion the value of 10,924 gallons per day. As the board knows, those were Mr. Johnston's calculations, which were derived from the design flow volume of the wastewater treatment systems proposed, 9,900 gallons per day, plus the volume of water to be used for irrigation purposes. That's 1,024 gallons per day. That explains completely the difference that was noted by Mr. Reynolds for Drummond. I understand why I asked that question, but I think that answers it. In summary, we have the ability to show that and did I have 10 minutes or 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman?
You had 10 minutes and you have about 20 seconds left.
Oh, okay. So we can respond to each of the claims in the legal writing of Ms. Chow, and we can perhaps do that as part of closing argument. I would say that the applicant always reserves the right to respond to public comments at the end of the evening. So as Mr. Dunbar asked, it may be more efficient to do closing statements at the very end, but I'm happy to do it either way that the chairman suggests.
Okay, Andy, thank you. Okay, now we're going to give Ms. Chow 5 minutes, and then we're going to give Andy 5 more, and then we're going to move on to public comments. Ms. Chow, are you ready?
I am. Can we? Yes. I wanted to get back to the big screen if that's okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yep. Are you ready?
I am ready and I'm hitting start on my timer.
Okay.
Okay. Since I have 5 minutes, I wanted to just respond to a few things that Mr. Hamilton said. I do believe that the planning board has the discretion and should apply that here to not issue a final approval that is conditional and that is conditioned upon state permits as big as and as encompassing as site location review would require. And that's for the efficiency reasons that Mark Bergeron mentioned, as well as the fact that you may well be back here reviewing a different project once DEP has a hold of this. And while Mr. Hamilton says that this is not a large project by state standards, for this community, this is a very large project, which has a lot of people very concerned. And I think you will hear from them soon about their concerns. And I think you should consider them with an open mind. Mr. Hamilton also cited something in your ordinance that said you're required to do an efficient review. You have to complete your review within 30 days of a completeness review, unless the parties agree to delay that. And while that's true, what I would submit to you is that because the applicant bears the burden at all times, you don't have sufficient information as it stands to give an approval here based on the standards that have not been met. If you listen to Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Reynolds and read their reports, it's clear whether or not you include site location that there's insufficient information. The fact that Andy is now spouting off numbers that were not included in the application that supposedly backstops the water supply analysis, that should have been included in the application so that that can be reviewed. And so the very, for the very reason that Mr. Reynolds has mentioned, that this application does not make adequate provision for water storage, which means that peak demands have not been met. Maybe they can do that, but they haven't done that. It's insufficient. So if you're asking for an efficient review, you should deny this application. This application doesn't provide for pre-treatment. Pre-treatment was recommended. Mr. Reynolds will tell you that it is recommended. And if you do pre-treatment, there are off-site ripple effects that could impact other standards. This applicant has not provided any provision for pre-treatment nor for the impacts of pre-treatment. It's insufficient. You should deny it on that basis alone. Finally, evidence of groundwater impacts. Mr. Reynolds says it shows there are off-site groundwater impacts potentially to the west. This application and this applicant has not provided sufficient information that there aren't groundwater impacts off-site. Those standards cannot be met tonight. And if Andy is going to insist upon an efficient review, you should deny the application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Andy, she did it in 3.5 minutes. Do you think you can beat that? You got 5 minutes.
I'm doubtful that I can beat Amy Chow, who brings to this application a unique review.
Hold on, are you starting now? Your 5 minutes is starting.
Starting now? Okay.
Yes.
I think we should add that to his time, don't you?
Ms. Chow, are you done? So I'm gonna just share screen again if I could. And I'm just going to say that there have been a whole series of claims. These cooking facilities claims are incorrect. There will be no kitchen facilities. The term cook is defined in Webster's dictionary. You have very capable professionals on the board that can look to Webster's. The law court has held, looking to the plain language, citing a case that was cited by Ms. Chow, that it means the structure must contain cooking facilities in addition to sleeping and toilet facilities. Ms. Chow is inventive with respect to what she sees, but I would take Ms. Orcutt's word for what the application contains because she's been working on it the last year. The subdivision claim is, again, specious. You have to have residential dwelling units in order to have a subdivision. We have neither 3 or more lots. We don't have a developmental subdivision by leasing or development. There's a claim that we're somehow a commercial subdivision. The spa and cafe are amenities that are accessory to the campground, as you heard Ms. Orcutt clarify tonight. If it's the board's view that you need to treat the spa and cafe as wholly accessory and therefore is not open to the public, we'll yield. We'd heard comments that it might be helpful to have them open to the public. The due process claims, I think, are a red herring and frankly false in this case, because due process, as the law court has held more times than I can count, is for the applicant. The applicant needs to be given the opportunity to have the review completed within the time frame specified in the ordinance, and your ordinance simply says that Article 7, Section B6 of the site plan review ordinance, that you do that within 30 days. What's unusual with this application review is how many attorneys have stepped forward to oppose this project, and Ms. Chow has now proposed both a moratorium and a series of experts whose work has not been peer reviewed, and they're allowed to speculate. They're trying to place doubt in the minds of the planning board, but the foundation is weak because it's speculative. Mr. Johnston and Ms. Orcutt have presented the foundational evidence, and that evidence shows that the review standards have been met. And that's confirmed. I won't go through all of this, but it's confirmed by the comments of the peer reviewers who have clearly said that as to the standards reviewed, the ordinance requirement is met. We're happy to provide Mr. Fessenden's detailed report information again, but it's not correct that we did not provide the numbers that Mr. Johnston summarized Mr. Fessenden reviewed and he approved as part of the testimony that I offered on behalf of Mr. Fessenden. So the groundwater impact is not an issue. It's a red herring, as many of the issues are that Ms. Chow has raised, because that's her job. She's here to oppose the project, to slow it down and to stop it from being reviewed. And I don't think it's fair to the applicant that because we have a very assertive an attorney and experts that want to push a speculative view of the project, that we should be not given the same fair treatment that all other application reviews in Tremont are given. So we'd ask for the opportunity to be reviewed in accordance with the standards, not according to the legal theories and speculative claims of the CRT group. I do look forward to hearing from actual concerned Tremont residents and get away from professionals providing speculative thoughts. I think we meet the review standards. I think it's clear. Mr. Johnston has provided those materials. He's done it over and over again, and he's satisfied Haley Award as to all questions that it had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you, Andy.
And Mr. Chairman, before you open this up to a public hearing, I just want to object for the record to Mr. Hamilton's unnecessary ad hominem attacks as to the motivations of attorneys. We're all here in good faith.
Oh, okay.
We want a review of the project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's 7:14. Andy, I know you have a court reporter here. Do you think she or he needs a break like the last time for a minute before we start going to the...
I'll answer for Andy and just say that I would like a break.
That'd be great. I think Tammy Smith would like that break. And Tammy, if you speak up, that's fine.
Okay, you want to take a 5-minute break? Is that adequate? Okay, 5-minute break and we'll be back here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
In about 5 minutes, Jesse. We
Yep.
all back? Board members? I can't. Jeff? Yep. No, he's not back yet. Lawson, you there? Did you go to eat dinner there, Jeff? You're muted. Lawson, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. And Brett?
I've not eaten dinner, but that's
okay, good. Brett?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. And I see Andy is not back. There he is.
Hey, Mark.
And Amy?
Amy's here.
Okay, great. So let's get started on the public comments. Let me restate again. Everybody will get 3 minutes to talk. Please don't get repetitive and just say what somebody else is saying. And we're going to start with the abutters first, and we'll go to Tremont residents, including the summer residents, and then people from other towns. So first up,
Do you want to remind folks to spell their names?
Oh, yeah, I was going to do that, but then I forgot after the break, obviously. Yes. And would you please say your name and spell your name for the court reporter, and say where you live as well. And please raise your hand if you want to comment. Okay, we'll take any abutters here that want to comment.
I'll speak first. This is Beth Lawson, BETHLAWSON. I live next door. I look out my kitchen window and I see the farmhouse. I have a few things, like I feel like the LLC to the Yerks is completely different, totally different subject, nothing to do with this project. That's my own whatever. And I'm probably the most affected person by it because I live next door, other than probably David Robbins that lives right across the street from where the entrance will be. So I'm not that concerned with it as long as the planning board does their job and they go through the ordinance. And that's my comment. I have a few other comments that have probably nothing to do with anything, but I just was curious. There's people on here that are against it that have home occupancies like pottery shops and Duck Cove Retreat. I'm just curious if they've ever had permits for that type of stuff. And also light commercial, I was curious about the other side of Kellytown with the big shop and all the dump trucks. Is that light commercial? Because they drive by my house on the corner of Kellytown more than any other vehicle. So that's my 2 cents. I feel like you need to go in the ordinance. You don't need to go with your personal feelings. And there's like a lot of commercial business in this town, and I'm probably pretty much at the brunt of it all. The campground, I'm not that worried about. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, thank you for your 2 cents. Okay, somebody want to go next? Jesse, I'll let you.
Yep, Cindy and Steve Lawson have their hand up.
Oh, there we go. Hello.
Steve Lawson. Okay, you ready to go?
Yeah,
Your
absolutely.
3 minutes
Steve Lawson.
starts.
There's my name, Steve. All right, well, we live on the Kellytown Road, we're butters, and I want to bring up the topic of light commercial activity. The planning board stated that not every campground is light commercial. You can have one that's light commercial, you can also have one that's too much. The last campground that was approved, 2 of 5 planning board members did not think it was light commercial activity. And this plan's 5 times the size. With both campgrounds, which really must be considered as one, we're talking 66 campsites on less than 20 acres of land. Terramore and Bar Harbor is 60 sites on 64 acres, and that makes this plan about 3 times as dense. The reason I bring up Terramore is because Acadia Wilderness Lodge has compared themselves to Terramore, and Terramore has recently called itself more of an outdoor hotel. However, a hotel of 66 rooms wouldn't be allowed on this site. In fact, a bed and breakfast is limited to only 4 rooms. I think our land use ordinance is telling us something there when we wouldn't only allow a 4-bedroom bed and breakfast, but we're talking about a 66 site campground here. It's a clearly very residential neighborhood. Excuse me, my kids are talking quietness. And then I think about what businesses are like commercial. Go down the Kellytown Road, you'll see storage facilities, mechanic, the pottery store, boat storage. These things seem like commercial, and I think they're like commercial because the way they affect their neighbors. A campground is all day and most of the night, you're talking traffic, noise, light, all these things that go along with a campground, because we've all camped and we know what we do when we're camping. But like commercial businesses don't really put that sort of strain on your neighbors. They don't put strains on the public resource like fire, water, ambulance services. And they don't put strains on your well, which I can speak to ours is easy to run dry. And light commercial doesn't add about 17% to the population of Tremont. It's only a town of 1,500 people. You add this many people in, it's a lot. For all these reasons, I don't think you can consider it light commercial activity. And I think that a reasonable person doesn't see this as light commercial. Thank you, and I'm gonna let my wife speak.
Just to add to what Steve was saying, I think it's important not to rule out our current comprehensive plan as it relates to the land use ordinance. The comprehensive plan specifically states how important it is to residents for Tremont to maintain its rural character. To quote, Tremont seeks orderly growth while preserving its small town, coastal, and historic character, working waterfront, and high quality of life. Using the comprehensive plan as a guide, the land use ordinance states that it is meant to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community and encourage growth in accordance with the comprehensive plan so that the essential character of each neighborhood is maintained. As you consider this project, you're not just considering the impact of the site plan on the property itself and the neighbors around it, but you have to consider the impact on the community as a whole. Will precedents be set by allowing this type of activity at this particular density? We can't deny that Tremont's at a tipping point here. We're bound to be receiving more applications for bigger development, and we need to decide what precedents we want to set, not just for ourselves, but for our kids who are going to grow up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lawson, your name is Cindy
Yep.
Lawson, yeah, just for the court reporter. Okay, great.
Can I just say one thing? I'm just curious. How do Steve and Cindy feel about the beachfront properties, the commercial, all those big
Ms. Lawson,
giant trucks?
you've had your opportunity to.
That's okay. I didn't have my 3 minutes. You just hear me out. How do they feel about the commercial trucks that drive by here 20, 30 times a day?
I don't think they need to answer that. Thank you very much.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
just asking.
Gladly answer that. I'd gladly answer that.
No, hold on. This is a public hearing. Everybody gets 3
That's
minutes.
right, it's
We're not
public.
going to start arguing amongst ourselves, okay? That's it. Thank you. Is there somebody next? No more abutters? Okay, we'll move on to residents. Oh, wait.
Rachel's raised her hand.
Oh, Rachel, okay, Rachel. You need to unmute yourself.
Hi, okay. So should I spell my name or can you see it here?
We can, well, the court reporter needs you to spell it, so.
Okay, so it's Rachel. Last name is Kohrman space Ramos.
And where do you live?
I live at 18 Kellytown Road.
Okay, thank you. Your
Okay.
3 minutes starts.
Okay, so two of my concerns are about the entryway to the I guess I would call it the Acadia Wilderness Lodge 2, the second one, coming up Tremont Road with the buses. Sorry, I have a dog who has issues. He's a little impatient. One of my concerns, one of my big concerns is about the entryway into the campground there, because it's right on a hill and both going down and going up. It is extremely dangerous because that's going to be it's going to be a place where a lot of cars are going in and out. And right now it's already, it's a really badly built road and it's not well maintained at all. And the traffic there is already not well maintained. And so I'm very concerned about people slow down, tourists slow down all the time there, not knowing where they are, not knowing what they're doing. And to turn in, all the traffic turning in and out, coming out all the time there, I think is extremely dangerous. The buses going in and out of there, like for instance, right now, this time of year, even, I mean, obviously there's still tourists. So one of the things that's concerned me about this plan is that there is no timeline. We've heard several times this evening, even the applicants have said, we're not sure when we're going to stop having the store, when we're going to stop having this, when we're going to start having this, when we're going to stop having the spa. So one of my concerns is that there hasn't been any commitment to when the season is going to be, when it's going to start, when it's going to stop. And so clearly it's going to overlap with students and busing going in and out with kids. And so there's kids who wait outside, there's buses going back and forth. And I think there's going to be a lot of conflict with that. And there are children here that conflict with the tourist season. And so I am very concerned, even if there's not kids going in and out, because the traffic in that particular place with cars going in and out is extremely dangerous. So I know that people have said, the applicants have said, well, we've done traffic studies and it's safe. But I would encourage, I think that the planning board all knows this area. And if you look exactly where that driveway is, that's not a place where a lot of cars can go in and out. Right now, there's one house, and that
10 seconds.
That house has not had people there for a long time. But if there's ambulances, if there's cars, if there's people coming out, it's extremely dangerous. And I'm very worried about that for busing, for cars backing up. And I think it's not safe. And I think that people look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have any more abutters? Anybody who abuts the campground and got an abutters notice? Doesn't look like it, huh, Jesse? Okay, we'll move on to just Tremont residents.
Yep, looks like Mike Mansell is first.
Okay, Mike, don't forget to spell your name. Unmute yourself first, though, please.
Mansolilli. I'm an 8th generation resident to Tremont. And I just wanted to say that I'm really upset that so many people in this town have been fed untrue information about this application. As a former selectman, as a former planning board member in another town, The review of this has been completely ridiculous. If you really need the information, excuse me, if you really read through the information provided, this campground has less of an environmental impact than if you took the entire property and built homes. I'm saddened to see that so many people have been fed lies and unfair information in this community on what this project really is. And I'm embarrassed to live in a town that shuns people for starting business here. You want a year-round community? The only way to do that is by allowing the locals and their families to produce enough income to live here. To those of you that want to stop that in its tracks, shame on you. Some of the people that have directly opposed this project, I know for a fact, Airbnb their 6,000 square foot waterfront homes to parties of 12 plus, and they know who they are. And that transient accommodation is no different. These people put their life savings into this project and everything on the line to start a business here and call it home once again. From larger buffering to larger lot sizes, they worked with you to keep their dream hidden from abutters and to the road. This isn't a hotel or a resort, people. It's a campground, a place where locals and visitors alike can experience the Maine outdoors and everything our island has to offer. Drive by Terramore Campground in Town Hill, and without entering, tell me how many buildings are there, and you can't. This is the same type of place. If you have money to throw at lawyers to crush someone's business, then I guess there's nothing these people can do. But let's make this a level playing field for them and show support for someone that's trying to start a business. I was that guy once. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Looks like Elizabeth Faulkner.
Elizabeth Faulkner, please spell your name and tell us where you live.
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Lisbeth and I live at 5 Davis Drive. And I am one of the owners of Seal Cove Pottery and Art Gallery. We are in many standards, like EPA standards for air pollution and water. Abutters are not just physical abutters, they're anyone within 1 mile. So we've been very concerned about the overflow of smoke and pollution and concerns about water. But more than anything, we're a part of this community. And one of my concerns is, what are the legal recourses for abutters and the community members or the town in dealing with matters when the campground is owned by residents of Florida who have an LLC registered in Florida? Florida developers are notorious for crowding out neighborhoods with large developments and expanding into the neighborhood. What are the risks for Tremont residents? And as a planning board, what is it that you want this community to be? Is their plan really like commercial and compatible with the rest of the neighboring community? Is compatibility driving down the value of homes that surround this huge business? You know, when a business is placed next to a residential facility, it has a great impact on those homes. And what will it do to the tax base for the town? Campgrounds do not pay much of anything in taxes compared to residential homes. You know, some of the campgrounds around here and some of the pay a fraction of the taxes that a middle-class home would pay. They compare themselves to Terramore, and that Terramore is advertising $443 per night and considers themselves an upscale hotel. And Terramore is less dense, is not built in the middle of a community, and pays very little in taxes. Pardon?
30 seconds.
Thanks. And so are we going to allow this outdoor hotel in our neighborhood? What is the planning board going to do for the health, well-being, safety, and security of this part of the community. You need to think very carefully about how you take care of your community. So that's it. And
Thank you. Your time's up.
I have, I'd like to also.
Ed would like
have
his
my,
3
I'd like to have
minutes.
my 3 minutes.
Ed, could you, yes, you get 3 minutes as well, but please identify yourself and spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Ed Davis, E-D-D-A-V-I-S. And I live at 5 Davis Drive off Kellytown Road.
Okay, I'll start your time now.
Okay, great. So if this is approved, this campground is approved, it'll be the 4th campground in Tremont. Tremont is a very small town, and I think 4 campgrounds is really pushing the limit. Many residents are opposed to this because they just do not want to become another Bar Harbor. We have a quiet little town here, and we like to keep it that way. We don't mind tourists, but we like to have them, you know, leave at the end of the day and not be here all the time, all night long partying. So that's my comment about that. I have another comment. I sent a letter to you, Mr. Chairman, last week. I also sent a copy of it to Jesse Dunbar. And I stated in that there's a glaring error in this application. And that is that the land acreage is way off from what they're saying. It's really the opposite of what they're saying, even more so. And I would like the town to have the correct amount of acreage in the application. If it is approved, everything should be correct. When any of us in town applies, we have to put the correct amount of acreage and all the dimensions and so on, and that should be done with this as well. Now I have a question which I'd like to direct to Jesse Dunbar with his hat on as the code enforcement officer. And that question is this: the way they've constructed this plan, the acreage to the north is landlocked completely. There's no access to it. They're going to need a road into it. The only place they can put a road is through the current project unless they buy another piece of land. My question is, if they could decide to put a road along the eastern part of the property, which would seem the most practical because of the way the land is laid out.
30 seconds.
They now have a buffer zone which they claim is 100 feet. If they decide to do away with that and put a road there, my question to Jesse Dunbar is, what's the town's legal recourse there? Do we have a 25-foot buffer for the people living there, or can we enforce the 100-foot buffer? Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse, I don't know whether you want.
I was gonna say, did you want me to answer
that or not? But I'll leave that up to you.
I can just answer that if the plan is approved with a 100-foot buffer, it would need to remain a 100-foot buffer. I don't see where they would be able to put a road through their 100-foot buffer. That's just my observation at this point.
Okay, great. You want to call on someone else here, Jesse?
Yep, Leah Harp.
Leah Harp, please
Good
spell your name.
evening. Leahharp. And I'm representing my mother, Ella Mahler, ELLA-MAHLER of 78 Clark Point Road. She is elderly and disabled and asked me to speak for her. And she has been very concerned about this project and very distressed. She has been blessed to be able to enjoy this peaceful, quiet, calm, magical town since 1968. And she loves it with a great passion, as many of you may have heard this summer. One of her concerns is if the density is as great as the gentleman spoke of earlier, it is inconsistent with that magical town that she loves so much and the peaceful character of the area. And the second thing I just wanted to mention, someone mentioned Duck Cove Retreat, which was my mother's, and I was confused to hear that mentioned because as far as I know, it has not been active in decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's like Margot Milliken.
Thank you. This is Roger Milliken speaking, ROGER MILLIKEN. I'd like to start by.
Roger, please give us your address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm at 44 Timbavati Road at the north end of Hodgson Pond in Tremont.
Great. Okay, your time starts now.
I'd like to start by thanking Chairman Good for his masterful facilitation of these meetings. I know you should be getting hazardous duty pay for this, and I appreciate your humor and clarity and keeping things moving forward in a good way. I want to echo the point, I won't belabor it, about this not being a light commercial use when you consider the amount of traffic that will come. And speaking of traffic, as somebody who lives on land that fronts on Route 102, I consider it an extremely dangerous road. Frequently, I find myself having to walk along the road and feel that I'm taking my life in my hands as I do so. And so I'm very concerned about the additional traffic that would be coming along that road, which, as others have said, is poorly maintained and is a dangerous place to drive. My final point relates to this offer of not developing the so-called retained land for 5 years. I've spent most of my life being involved in conservation projects and also land management. A 5-year delay is I've never seen that count as compensation for intensified development on a neighboring parcel. And so I ask that if the planning board is considering this, granting a permit, that they look at permanent conservation of that remaining land as an offset for the high density on the parcel where they have moved all the development. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looks like Jim Bradford is next.
Mr. Bradford? You're muted.
Yep, I've got it now. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Jim Bradford, JIMBRADFORD. I live at 234 Clark Point Road, and I wanted to revisit the issue of the size of the property, the retained land, open space versus the developed area. I have spent some time getting the exact distance and offsets and entering the data into an online surveying program. And I cannot see how it is possible that the developed land is less than 20 acres. It just doesn't add up. Using any of the drawings that I've seen, if you make any reasonable line just by eye or by proportion, measuring how far that east-west line would be from the northernmost edge of the property and not include the road or buildings, it comes out that the developed land is well over 18 acres. The first estimate I got was 28 acres. From what I saw today on the diagrams, I moved that line south 300 feet. It still came out to 22 acres. So I'm very skeptical of that estimate as being under 20 acres. It's not. There's just no way. So you're really going to you will need to go through the state DEP, and to suggest otherwise is just simply wrong. So that's my only comment. Maybe the engineer would like to respond. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Jesse?
Like Lydia.
Lydia?
Yep. Oops, sorry.
Where is she?
Hi. Can you see me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lydia Wegman, Lydia Wegman. Our address is 166 Clark Point Road. And my husband, Bob Cantwell, is here as well, but he's not speaking. I just want to, in deference to your request, Mark, that we not duplicate comments. I just want to say I'm very much in support of what was said by Steve and Cindy Lawson, and also by Rachel Corman Ramos. I am quite concerned about the question of what light commercial activity is and the direction in which the town is going should something like this be approved. I think the preservation of the rural character of the town is important, and I believe it is within the jurisdiction of the planning board to consider those things and help to define what light commercial activity is, given the vagueness of the ordinance with which you're working. So that's my chief comment, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, especially for being brief and not repeating what other people have said.
Next is Bert Edelman.
Bert.
Okay. Yep, here I am. Okay, my name is Bert Edelman. I'm sitting here with my wife, Lydia Rogers. We own a home at 19 Hodgson Road.
And please spell your name. Please spell your name, please.
BURTADELMAN. As I said, we've owned a home on Hodgson Road for about 20 years. I've been coming to the island since Nixon declared war on cancer when I was a fellow at the Jackson Lab. So I've been on the island, on and off the island for many years and seen many changes, mostly related to development. And I agree with Roger Milliken. I would like to thank Greg and the planning board for their careful attention to this project and for managing this meeting very effectively. I have a short list of issues that I would just like to bring up. Some of them we've asked the applicant in written submissions, but we've not gotten any answers. Number one, if you go to the website for the Acadia Wilderness Lodge today, you'll see that it's described as a family-owned, solar-powered campground just minutes from Acadia National Park. We have not seen or heard anything about solar power. So I'm wondering whether that is real or just an advertising issue. We've asked multiple times to understand what the maximum occupancy of the total project would be, which would include guests and individuals who work there. And we have not heard back on that question. We've asked whether liquor will be served in the cafe. I think it's important for the neighborhood to know whether or not liquor will be available in the cafe. We've also wondered how a cafe with 20 seats will be able to feed any proportion of the relatively large number of people that will be on the site. And if it can't feed a significant number of the people on the site, we again are concerned that ultimately people will be cooking at each of these units. And I would just like to add to the comments that multiple people have said about 102. You know, Tremont is essentially a town on one road. When all of us leave our driveway or the short road that we live on, we have a choice to make a left or a right to wherever we're going on Route 102. The photographs that Cindy Orca showed of 102 in front of the entrance or the planned entrance to AWL clearly demonstrate why 102 is a challenge for our community. You'll see in those photographs that there's no shoulder, there's no edge, and the road is badly cracked. And all of us know that this road has had sinkholes, it's had potholes, and it has no shoulders. It is an incredibly dangerous road for anybody to
seconds.
be on. Yeah, and I think this needs to be carefully considered, not simply whether or not some statistical analysis says we don't need the main state highway department to review whether or not we can have a campground on this road. We need to understand the functional impact, no matter what the increase in traffic will be.
Okay.
And with that, I'm done. Thank you very much, Mark.
Do I
Okay,
have
thank
3
you.
minutes too, Mark?
Pardon?
Do I have 3 minutes also?
Who? Oh, who's talking? Oh, yes, you do. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was looking
okay,
at the wrong part of the screen.
yes, so I'm another
Okay.
Lydia. And so my name is,
Edelman as well.
well, actually Rogers, I kept my
Okay,
maiden name.
please
So-
spell your name for the court reporter.
Sure, okay. Lydiarogers. And again, it's 19 Hodgson Road. And I don't want to repeat too much about the issues of the light commercial, but I think it's good to remember that at one point, in the 2011 comprehensive plan, it recommended actually that the community around Kellytown Road that their zoning be changed to residential, change from residential business. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And still, the land use ordinance does say that the job of the town, the job of the ordinances is to protect the town and to encourage orderly growth and development, which is in accordance with what the comprehensive plan laid out in 2011. And these ordinances are really important to everybody in the town. If you look at the map of the town, it's all pink. These are all residential business zoned homes. And that is a real concern about how really will the town grow and maintain its character. So I won't talk more about light commercial, but that really is a big deal. And so we asked the planning board to act on our behalf, on all of the residents, to protect the community and to encourage appropriate growth. The AWL application is not in line with the recommendations of the comprehensive plan or the stated purposes of the 2020 land use ordinances. It's out of scale. It's not orderly growth. It would be a complex and concentrated site of development wedged into what is really it's a neighborhood. It's a residential area. And this is a game changer for the environmental integrity of the impacted land, for the character of the Kellytown Road neighborhood and the entire Tremont community. So, and I think I've heard rumblings about the dark state or who are these outsiders. But I do want to make a statement about that. So why
30 seconds, so go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and read fast. Why should some people who live in Tremont only part of the year care about these issues? Many, like us, have been here for decades or generations, and we are not here on a mission to deny the applicant's happiness. We're here because we recognize how special Tremont is. This is how much we care about it and its residents. Small towns like Tremont have citizens who sometimes, despite personal differences, work together to support neighbors who need help. It's
Okay,
very special.
time's up.
And it deserves our protection as an endangered species. Okay, thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Lydia.
Yeah.
Jesse?
Next up is Serafina.
Serafina. Sarah, spell your name, please, and where you live.
Yeah, 1 second. I had to plug in. My battery was dying. Can you hear me?
Yep. Are you okay now?
Yes, I think so. Hold on. I just need to get to some light here.
By the way, it's 8 o'clock and,
There
okay.
you are. Okay. Sarah Fina, that's SARAH, Fina, FINA. And my partner, Michael Luck, is not able to be here, but I will bring up one of his concerns as well.
Okay.
We have
Where do you
two
live, Sarah?
properties- Pardon me?
Where do you live?
16 Carver and 18 Carver Road. We have two properties.
Okay, thank you. Your time starts now.
Sure, and that's in Seal Cove, by the way. And we have, well, first of all, Mark and the planning board, I wanted to thank all of you for your hard work and time that you've put into these countless meetings, and really do appreciate all the time and effort that you've spent. So first of all, one thing I'm really having a hard time with is I keep hearing about the applicants claiming that they are being considered victims. Well, really, I feel like we as residents are the true victims here. First of all, I bring up the traffic issue, and I have, written a couple letters to this effect as well. I don't feel like our road is able to withstand additional traffic to that volume. I know there have been traffic studies, but I question whether they're actually accurate and using data that's not skewed. I know in speaking personally with the DOT that the island itself has received a 25% increase in traffic, actually. And I know that we as a town cannot withstand a greater increase in traffic with the roads that we have. The road is narrow with crumbling quote unquote shoulders. There are no sidewalks for pedestrians nor for strollers, and there's certainly no bike lanes for cyclists. So that just presents a great tragic problem if there is further or additional accidents. As Bert had mentioned, we really have only the one road. So Route 102, as you know, is I think they call it a collector road. So it's considered a thoroughfare. But specifically,
I don't know if we've lost you or you're pausing. I think we've lost her.
I think so.
Okay, let's go to somebody else then, and if she gets back on, we'll let her finish her statements.
Mark,
Yes,
my whole computer went silent as well, so you know.
you mean
Yeah, but I think we can hear each other. I think we just lost Sarah.
we just
No.
lost her?
No, the whole
Nope.
thing was silent.
Can you hear us, Mark?
You can hear us
Jeff?
now.
I can hear you now, yeah. Just so you know.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, did you go out? I mean, you lost connection?
I don't know. It just went silent and
In the middle of when Sarah was speaking, right, Jeff?
correct.
Right, yeah. So I think that we lost Sarah. Nobody else spoke for a little bit, so there was quiet.
Yeah.
okay,
You,
I'm
saw,
back.
you still saw the images, right, Jeff?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what happened then.
I just
Okay.
heard Sarah. Is she back on?
Sarah, are you back on?
I moved over to an outlet. I thought it was my iPad running out of juice again.
Okay, you've said it. I don't know exactly where to start here. Let's give you 40 seconds. How's that? We'll give you a minute. We'll give you a minute. How's that?
I took a couple of minutes, I think, but I also had something to bring up for Michael. So getting back to our Route 102. So as you know, it's a straight thoroughfare, and people, well, there are many roads, obviously coming off of Route 102. So it requires, traffic turning on to and off these side roads. So obviously creating a disruption of traffic flow. So that in itself is, quite detrimental. Secondly, as I mentioned, we just don't have the capability, these roads don't have the capability of withstanding this additional traffic. It also affects the character of our town, which I've brought up in letters before. We apparently are working waterfront, and character of our town is important. We want to be able to maintain that, and it just seems that is being jeopardized by introducing such a large project.
I'm muted. Thank you.
I thought you were muted. And then Michael also wanted to bring up the safety. So just as I mentioned, the safety with pedestrians and cyclists and anyone walking along the road, not to mention traffic itself. He also had a concern with emergency response services. So for example, we have very limited emergency response systems in the way of not only ambulance, but police force and fire. So that raises a concern because we're introducing a higher probability of those needs. So that again is a great concern, the safety.
Okay. We've lost you again. Okay. Jesse, somebody else?
Yep, Sam Hamill.
Sam,
Okay, am I on the air?
you're
Yep.
here. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to,
Please spell your name and give us your address.
yes, Hamill, Sam Hamill, 104 Dix Point Road.
Okay, time starts.
Okay, I'm going to disregard the chair's advice and echo the statements that several other people have made in behalf of the board and the chairman. I was a member and board chair of the planning board in the town that I used to live in, and I fully appreciate how much work it is and how much disruption to people's family lives. And gee whiz, you all deserve a lot of credit, and I did too when I was doing that. But anyway, commendations. When I read the 87 pages of the ordinance, there are two things that stand out. The first is, it was already mentioned by Cindy Lawson, that Article 2 of the purposes of the ordinance, number A, is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. It's worth, this is the principal purpose of the ordinance. Nowhere does it say anything about any deference that the board has as an obligation to the interests of an applicant. So I just think that's important to keep in mind as we think about this project. The second provision, which hasn't got as much attention as I think it should, is Article 8E, paragraph 1, where it states, it requires that as a condition of approving an application, the board make a quote unquote positive finding regarding 8 specific review criteria, including that the proposed use will maintain safe and healthful conditions in Tremont. Over many months, you've heard consistent and compelling negative testimony from attorneys, engineering professionals, and the public at large regarding the unacceptable adverse impacts this development would have on traffic safety, water supply and disposal, community services, and much more. I would ask you if all these adverse impacts could in any way add up to a finding of safe and healthful conditions. I don't think so. If you, as members of the planning board, approve this application, on what grounds would you deny the next one? Would approval of Acadia Wilderness Lodge mean that the entire 8 miles of Route 102 between Hodgson Pond and Bass Harbor, as we now know it, would be subject to leapfrogging, non-conforming construction, eventually to become a commercial strip? I don't think that's what we
15
want.
seconds, sir.
Okay, a final question for the chair. What is the board's procedure for reviewing and evaluating public testimony? Concerned citizens have spent hours studying documents, listening to presentations, and informing the board of their considered and thoughtful opinions. How will you assure each of them that his or her voice has been carefully considered and weighed in your final decision-making. So for the chairman, that's a question that I'd like to leave on the table, and perhaps
Thank
at
you.
some appropriate moment you could tell us.
Thank you. Just not right now, sorry.
Sometime I'll be holding you accountable.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
Thank you.
Next
yeah,
up is Ruth. Ruth, is it Yiser?
It is very good. Yes. My name is Ruth Yiser. That's RUTHYEYEISER, and I'm at 1359 Tremont Road. And I just wanted to say that I'm very uncomfortable with situations where semantics seem to get in the way of a law's intent. To me, clearly a kitchen is a place that provides you with what you need to cook a full meal on a regular basis without roughing it. So like when I go camping, I bring a camp stove and an ice chest because the campground doesn't have a kitchen. And when I send my college kid to school with a dorm fridge and a microwave, and unless ramen noodle soup counts as a full meal, I'm not envisioning him cooking a full meal with these tools. So his dorm room doesn't have a kitchen. But the sites at this resort are without a doubt supplied so that guests can cook a full meal without roughing it. There's a full-size fridge, there's a counter, there's running water, there's a grill-like device on the deck. And I would guess, or at least I would hope, that the employee housing has the same amenities. There could also be toasters, microwaves, maybe even a hot plate or two, and perhaps even access to pots and pans and a lobster pot. So it appears that cooking on a regular basis without roughing it is the intent. And I think the kitchen ordinance is in place because there's recognition that kitchens, like permanent bathrooms, are indicative of permanent and not temporary dwelling units. And permanent dwellings generally have more impact than temporary dwellings. So I think the sites at this resort should be treated as dwelling units. And I'm not sure if there is a maximum stay at this resort, and we don't know how long the season the resort will have. But it kind of seems to me likely that after COVID is over, those who can afford to spend more than $400 a night on a tent will likely be resuming world travel. And in which case the property managers may need to reassess the use of the resort. And at that point, it seems like the sites could make for like seasonal housing for people who are here for seasonal work. And that could be a viable use of the property, but then it should be considered a subdivision so that the appropriate numbers of permanent dwellings are built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
And
Who
next
we
would
going
be Chuck Yiser.
Chuck,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Yes, please spell your name.
Yeah, my name is Chuck, CHUCK. Last name is Yiser, 1359 Tremont Road. Thank you for letting me speak. I've been involved in community planning for about 20 years as a planning commission member, as planning commission chair, and regional planning commission, writing regional comp plans. I'm currently the co-chair of a comp plan effort in my township. We're in the public comment phase, and I'm also an elected official now. So I'm going to leave it to the planning commission or the planning board to determine and wrestle with the idea of what constitutes light commercial. But I will say, and anybody who says otherwise is not being truthful, your state statute allows you explicitly to consider the comp plan as a part of your review criteria. And as we all know, your comp plan says that something else should be happening with that property. I'm a little concerned about this so-called quasi-judicial process that's supposed to be going on here, in the sense that I don't think that it's being handled correctly. I've heard some of your members talking about the comp plan being stale. That's their opinion. The fact is, if you're changing the law to go from 55 miles to 60 miles per hour, until you change the law, 55 is the limit. And I take exception with that. I also take exception with this comparison to other campgrounds, as it's a red herring. Any land use attorney worth their salt will tell you that every patch of dirt is different. That's 101 when you start out on this kind of stuff. So let me tell you some of the additional concerns that I have with this project. And this has to do with how this project's going to go forward. In some ways, my comments are the same as others, but I have seen that over the course of time, this project is kind of squishy in terms of commercial aspects, most smokeless fire pits, landscaping. Are we using that to supplement our BMPs, quiet hours, generators, recycling? What's going to happen when this campground is no longer owned by the current or proposed owners? Nothing against them. I have had people in front of me who say, I've lived here all my life. I know what's best for the land, but you know what? Life happens and people move and people sell. Nothing against them. Nothing again. I'm not saying anybody has bad intentions. It's just a fact of life. So when you decide whether you're going to approve this or not, how are you going to handle those aspects of it for the next person or next entity that comes in? How are you going to enforce those things? Those things are going to take time to work out. So that brings me to my last point, or last 2 points. The CTR review has basically identified some concerns in terms of the common scheme of development aspects, in terms of how you're dealing with your waste disposal. I think those are legitimate concerns and they should be worked out through a process. And that process is going to take a little bit of time. So my comment here is I'm a little concerned about the applicant wanting a quick decision, because I think it has been their plan being involved.
Can you sum up? You're after your 3 minutes. Please sum up.
Okay. Being involved in this for a number of years, it's typical that an applicant starts out with a very aggressive plan, and that's what happens here. And in fact, they admitted so much of that when in the 2021 planning board meeting, the applicant's planner actually said, this is a quote, "This has actually been a great planning process and allowed the creation of a much more appropriate plan than the plan that you originally saw in January." So it has been their plan all along to start aggressive and back off. What they did not count on is,
okay, sir.
Let me just last 2 words. What they did not count on is the moratorium. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up would be Josh Perlsberg.
Josh.
Thank you. Perlsweg, PERLSWEIG, and 94 and 104 Dix Point Road.
Okay. It's starting time then.
Thank you. So I am a seasonal summer resident. I agree with all of my friends, neighbors, others in opposition, that some might try to call special interests. We love this place. It's a special place. We want to keep it special. Our plea to the board is this: don't give up the town. We think that the applicants really just have a tragic misunderstanding of property rights. When what you do is damaging to people around you, you don't get to do it. The rights of your fists and your neighbors' noses. And this is damaging to the neighborhood for all the reasons that you've heard. It's not just damaging, I think, the property values of abutters, but in some cases it's a property value eliminator. For abutters here, the only buyer is going to be the campground when they want to expand. To show the density that they're willing to put on small lots is really detrimental. And we've heard it mentioned, but this retained open space for 5 years is meaningless. They're telling us they're going to develop the lot. So this plan really can't be approved without knowing how the rest of this lot, or if it needs to be subdivided into 2 separate lots, how those lots will be treated. If they're so intent on developing responsibly, then why are they playing this numbers game to avoid site location review? I think with that, it's I just couldn't agree more, and thank all the others who have commented.
Thank you very much. It's 8:18. I don't want to go beyond 9 o'clock here tonight, and that might even be pushing it. But we have a lot
Right
of
now,
people, Jesse.
I have one more with a hand up, Ellie Andrews.
Okay, Tremont residents. Okay. Ellie, would you like to spell your name and tell us your address, please? And unmute yourself first.
Sorry, ELLY, Andrews, ANDREWS, 150 Clark Point Road, here in Tremont. I agree with everybody else that this project is concerning on many levels, and I agree with the problem with the traffic. The roads in Tremont are too narrow. There's no sidewalks, so biking and walking will be even more dangerous than it already is. The traffic will also affect not only Tremont, but Southwest Harbor and Soamesville, people coming in that way, not to mention the park and other surrounding towns on the island. And if Acadia National Park is having trouble with a number of tourists, then why do we want to encourage more? There's so many campgrounds, as we know, and we've talked about on the island already. These people will be coming, and I don't really feel they'll be adding to the economy. There'll be increased noise, trash, hazardous waste. Visitors will come and they'll leave a trail of detritus in their wake. And I do not consider this project light commercial activity, which is the vague term used in the land use ordinance. And also there's the issue of climate change. The air temperature, and as you could see today, and probably tomorrow and the next day, it's way above average. But the air temperature remains increased 3.2 degrees since 1895, with more days breaking records for extreme heat every year. And according to the EPA, heavy winter storms and hot, dry summers mean extreme swings in the moisture available for plants and animals, causing more stress on ecosystems. There is evidence that the cool, penetrating fog that blankets the island in the summer and off nourishing water for moss and lichens is becoming less frequent. The impact on Mount Desert Island can be seen by what is no longer here. A 30% loss of plant species that were recorded a century ago, and more shocking, Scuba Institute reports a loss of 40% of the bird population in just 50 years during the human activity. So this project can't help but have a very large impact, not only in Tremont, but on the whole island as a whole. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Who are you calling next there, Jesse?
The next one doesn't have a name on it. It just says
Lenovo Tab E10. That's an interesting name. Sir, you want to unmute yourself and tell us your actual name, and if it's different than that?
No, it isn't. Or it is, I mean, yeah. David McLaughlin, E-A-V-I-D, you got me?
It's hard to hear you. I don't know if anybody else is hearing. Can you get a little closer to your mic, please?
Yep. I think I know where it is. Where's my mic on this thing? David, how's this? Is this better?
I don't know. I couldn't hear Cass' last name.
No, it's really very hard to hear.
Yep. David McLaughlin, D-A-V-A-D-M-C, capital L-U-G-H-L-I-N. I'm at 65 Hodgson Road, Seal Cove.
Okay. McLaughlin, David McLaughlin, Seal Cove Road.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
What I've got to say is that, I mean, the world is progressing. Things need to go forward. Things are going to change, and you can't stop change. I think that when we start getting increased traffic down that area, that will probably the state will have to do more to improve the roads, make the roads better, make the roads safer. They certainly need to be widened. And I know that would cut into a lot of people's properties and probably change a lot of tax evaluations. I think these people are doing the best they can to try to make the neighborhood better by improving this process in the campground. I think the DOT will approve where their entrance to their park will be. And I don't think that there'll be any problem that could be laid out and well marked down for the future use of the people that would come to that area. I'm sure they'll set standards and restrictions to evening usages and quiet times. And I really don't think it's going to be noisy at night, probably not smoky to the neighbors for campfires or anything like that. So I just think it's a chance for growth in the area. I mean, granted, maybe down the road or in the future days, the planning board should restrict some things that could happen. But everybody wants to do something on their property at some point or another, whether it's an Airbnb or whatever it is. And I'm sure everybody else doesn't want to just throw the ball and say, I guess I can't do this now because I'm going to get restricted by my neighbors. So let's all work together and let this thing go through for now and maybe put restrictions down the road. But these people have invested a lot of time and money and effort into this process. And I'd just like to say that I'd like to see it go forward. No, I can't hear now.
Mark, you on mute.
Thanks. I'll get the hang of this sooner or later. Yeah. Thank you very much. I will point out one thing, that any improvements to that road require a 50% match by the town, which means our tax dollars. So that's my comment there. I'm going to guess it's Ms. Greer next.
Yes.
You're muted.
Okay, there I am. Now, I am not a Tremont resident, so if there's other Tremont residents who want to speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hold on a second. Is anybody else who's a Tremont resident want to speak tonight? Going once, going twice? See anybody, Jesse?
Nope.
Okay, then we'll move on to people from out of town. And that includes you, Miss Greer. Please spell your name. Tell us where you live.
First name Laura, Laura, last name Greer, Grier. My husband and my two sons, we have a house on Indian Point Road in Mount Desert. And as early on in this process, Acadia Wilderness Lodge mentioned that, that their goal was to route traffic down Indian Point Road. Obviously, that is a concern to our family. Our house is very close to the road, not their problem.
You knew it when you bought it.
Our problem. And, but, and I also want to thank Ellie Andrews for bringing up the issue that, any development on the island affects everyone on the island. It's a small place. It isn't just Tremont. Everybody on the quiet side is going to be affected by this campground. But my specific question is, there's been a lot of, reference to they're going to remove as few trees as possible. Is there any regulatory or any control on exactly what percentage of the trees on the lot are removed? I mean, I know in Mount Desert, if you build, there's a lot of rules about how many trees you can remove, what percentage of your lot can be cleared. And I'm asking that question because looking at the current campground area that they are now developing on Kellytown Road, it looks to me like they just kind of went in and cut down all the trees. Now, maybe they're planning on planting more trees. I don't know, but it certainly doesn't look like a lot of trees were spared in that particular construction. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anybody else, Jesse?
No.
Well, great. Ms. O'Connor, you still with us? Diane?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm just unmuting myself.
Okay, I was hoping you didn't fall asleep. We talked, when I talked to you earlier today, we talked about, or we talked earlier in this meeting here about perhaps getting the engineer to do a peer review regarding water supply, which we called hydrology. Is now the appropriate time to make that motion and make that or try to make that decision?
You may want to have a discussion with the board about whether they have enough information on that, given the additional information that's come in tonight. I think that was what some of the members wanted to discuss.
Yes, okay, that's right. And Mr. Hamilton, I believe, would like to make a comment or two in regards to the comments received tonight. And do we want to do that before or after we discuss that, you think?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm appreciating the hour, and I heard a range of comments, many of which address traffic, a standard that was the subject of the Sewell traffic study and was the subject of the peer review. And so I know that some people would like to do aspirational land use review, and I understand that. I've seen that in any number of proceedings I've been in, but I think a number of the standards that were addressed in the public comments have been addressed by the written submittals. On the specific issue of groundwater, I respect Matt Reynolds, but I also respect Arnie Fessenden, and both Arnie and Matt, I think, have addressed the issue. My sense is that with a pretty short writing, Greg Johnston could confirm the calculations that were causing Mr. Reynolds to scratch his head. I think Greg has already addressed those in tonight's hearing, but it may be appropriate to decide whether you feel that you've got the information to decide tonight. If you don't, whether you want something further from the applicant, because I think we're prepared to provide that to show that we, to demonstrate that we meet the standards, as I believe we do. But if the board has any question in that regard, we could get a prompt writing from Mr. Johnston that could clarify the hydrology calculations, essentially the inputs in. And then if there wants to be any further information in terms of peer review, I would only ask you, because we've already paid a peer review impact fee, we would not want to have to pay an additional one. We think there was a misunderstanding if the board intended for there to be groundwater impact calculations, perhaps should have been a bit more precise. Those things happen. But again, I think you've got both Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Fessenden's testimony. And I think you've got enough there. But if the board feels they need more, I think I would agree with Attorney O'Connell. You could preserve that opportunity. But I didn't hear anything in the public review comments that really changes the nature of the review based upon evidence and standards. And although some folks would want you to do aspirational land use review, I think we all have to abide by the standards in the ordinance. And Mr. Johnston and Ms. Orchid have addressed to it fairly well how the evidence lines up against the standards. I didn't hear anything that fundamentally questioned that. If anything, the only question is what to do about the retained land. And I think the applicant can discuss that with the planning board outside the context of a public hearing, still at a public meeting, but outside the context of a public hearing. So I think as applicants counsel, we're comfortable that the public hearing might be closed and you determine whether there's any conditions in terms of any additional information you want before you totally close the public hearing. But I think for purposes of testimony, we might consider closing the public hearing. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Board, what do you think about?
Mr. Chair, can I'm sorry.
Go ahead. That's okay. Who's speaking? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Amy Chow for CTR. I just wanted to
Make it quick, please.
Just briefly respond to this, the question of whether the public hearing should be closed tonight for testimony. And I know the planning board is going to be discussing what to do with the information and whether or not it sounds like Mr. Hamilton is prepared to offer further information from his folks. And if that's the case, I don't think you can close the public hearing. We would ask that you leave it open if the planning board decides that that further information is needed.
Well, that was my understanding as well, as we make that decision that we don't close the public hearing and allow both you and Mr. Hamilton to respond to anything that we find out or from the further peer review. So we're going to discuss that right now amongst ourselves. Jeff, any comments, thoughts on whether we need to ask our engineer to see if there's adequate, make sure there's an adequate water supply for the project? You're muted.
You're muted, Jeff.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
When we had this issue come up at the last meeting, I was the one who came up and said this has been a concern of a lot of the neighbors. And I think, and I'm referring to abutters. So I feel that in respect to the abutters' concerns, I think be best if we do have our peer review done to support whichever direction we go in. So they know we've addressed these loose ends, not take the applicant for the word that's, we can jot down a few lines, Greg can take care of it. I think an independent review is what we owe the abutters, since they've raised it as an issue in a number of the letters that have come in.
Okay, Brett and Lawson.
I don't feel super strongly about it. I think Jeff's argument is pretty compelling in terms of wanting to make sure that, I don't know, we cross the T's and dot the I's, and listening to the abutters' concerns.
Right. Well, I agree. I think that was our intent. We obviously didn't use the correct engineering term, and
Right.
unfortunately, the engineer that we hired didn't even ask us a question. What did you mean by this? Which perhaps he should have done. So I don't know. Brett, what do you think?
I don't feel that strongly about it either. I mean, our peer reviewer, I think in all cases supported, the information that was provided by the applicant. So if you want to have them look at the water source as well, but I don't see an issue with that.
Okay. Sounds like we're somewhat in agreement here. I'll take a motion.
I will move that we put this back to our engineer for peer review on the groundwater adequacy of the site.
Do we want to make that adequate water supply for the project, groundwater supply for the project? Does that make, okay.
Can we point to the land use, to the right paragraph, just so that they know what we're asking about and we don't.
I can't cite it right off the top.
Yeah.
Maybe Mr. Dunbar can, but there is something about ensuring that there's adequate water supply.
Is it 8.4A?
I believe so.
Let's just see how I just feel like it's worth taking an extra couple minutes now, so we don't.
Yeah. I agree, Lawson.
We are here in 2 weeks being like, we did the wrong thing again.
Yeah, it's 8.4A.
What page are you on, Brett? Are you in the
15 to 29, I think. Evidence of adequacy, yeah, for the proposed use. Trying to remember though, isn't there a state component to that as well? Or no?
There's a drinking water.
Drinking water standard, yeah. Whether it's potable water. Under
the public drinking water supply.
Under the campground.
Mr. Chairman, before the board takes a vote, can I just offer 2 quick thoughts?
Make them very quick, Andy.
So the site plan review ordinance does require a decision within 30 days unless the applicant and the planning board mutually agree. We're prepared to suggest a path. I do agree with the 2 citations that have been provided. 4A under section 8 and section 9 J as to water supply would be the 2. And I think, Mr. Chairman, we had a sense of where you were headed, and we also were somewhat surprised that didn't get addressed, but things happen. We don't want to be penalized in terms of review time. And so can the planning board give a very narrow opening to keeping the public hearing open to consider only these 2 standards and the peer review comments and any response of the parties to that?
Yeah, and not allow any more further public comment is what you're saying.
Yes, that's why I'd suggested earlier, we could perhaps close the public hearing as to testimony, except as to these narrow 2 standards.
makes sense to me.
Okay,
I'd like to be heard on that if I may, Mr. Chair.
Amy, go ahead.
First of all, I hope that when the Haley Ward folks do look at this issue, that that they will also consider the reports that were peer reviewed, conducted by Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Bergeron. So can I just wanted to get clarification that they will look at those reports when they do their work.
Jesse, you want? Jesse, is that possible?
I guess that's more of a question for Diane. We've never submitted another party's reports to the
I
peer
was
reviewer.
wondering. Diane, you want to weigh in?
It puts them in a tough spot. I mean, they're now like a judge between two experts. That's not what we do. We give the peer reviewer the applicant's work. They look at that and they confirm whether, and they confirm that. They're not going to be an arbiter between two competing experts. That's crazy. That's not, we shouldn't ask them to do that. That's my opinion.
I respectfully, I'm not asking for Haley Ward to be an arbiter, but I do think I heard Mr. Hamilton mention that the Haley Ward report even considered and dealt with the issues in the Hopcroft report. I may be wrong about that, but that's what I thought I heard. So I don't think it's unusual to have the peer reviewer access other engineers' work.
Diane?
Well, the ordinance talks about, reviewing the applicant, having a peer review of the applicant's submissions. And the first peer review was restricted to that. So this is kind of expanding it a bit beyond what the first brief was. And
Okay, you convinced me. Thank you. Anybody else disagree with Diane?
Can I finish? Can I finish my point, which is I'm moving on to a different point, please, which is that since our folks did not have a chance to respond to the Haley Ward report, I would ask that we that the public hearing remain open to allow comment on all of the aspects of that report, not just water supply issues.
Do you need to do that at a public hearing, or can you just do it?
I'm asking for an adequate time to have a written submission that would allow adequate time once Haley Ward responds to the groundwater, the water supply issues as well.
I think that's a request.
Jeff, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I think that's a reasonable request since the report came in so late.
Mr. Chairman, if I can be heard on this, I want to propose something constructive. I think as long as we're limited to these two review standards and we can get our comments in by the 19th, I think what needs to happen now, and it's only really one subject matter for Haley Ward to review, I would hope that we could get a prompt review and have that available so the parties could comment by the 19th of October. I would point the board to page 11 of 29 of the site plan review ordinance as to the purpose of the technical review fee being paid by the applicant. It may be used by the planning board to address costs incurred by the board at its discretion, which relate directly to the review of the application pursuant to the review criteria. It says nothing about the ability of either the applicant or interested persons in particular. Specifically, I've never heard of this, having the opportunity to comment on the peer review comments. So this has been set up as a construct that is not in your ordinance. Again, it's aspirational, but it's not tied to the ordinance review standards.
Mr. Chair, I just simply want to refer back to the September 21st meeting when you made a motion and decided that all parties, the applicant and others, would have an adequate opportunity to respond in writing to the peer review report. We have not yet had a chance to do that. We're just simply asking for a reasonable opportunity to do that. And I don't think it prejudices the applicant. So that's what we're asking for.
I'm not sure that's what Mr. Hamilton was speaking about. Andy, is that correct? I think what you were saying about having the peer review include the documents from the opponent's engineers. I'm sorry, I forget their names.
Yeah, the two gentlemen, Mr. Bergeron.
Yes,
Mr.
yeah.
Reynolds. I was speaking to that, Mr. Chairman, you're correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. We're
what-
not
what
trying to
I'd-
deny anybody adequate time to respond.
Right, so what I
Michelle.
would say, what I would say is, the board needs to be able to progress towards deliberations. And we don't need to take issue by using Mr. Bergeron's comments. Mr. Reynolds' comments are directly relevant to the two standards. So I actually would not have any issue with Mr. Reynolds' comments being considered. But I do think the parties should be limited in terms of their comments on the peer review comments to just those two standards that have been cited by the board in the context of your motion. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to be heard on that. I disagree. If I may misunderstand this, Mr. Chair, but what Andy is saying is on just these two standards, meaning water supply, that is the only opportunity that our folks have to respond. Our folks have not had a chance to respond to the other three areas that were addressed by Haley Ward. We're simply asking for a fair opportunity to do that as well.
Why do you think you didn't have a fair opportunity to respond? We did get a response from Greg, and also you had a chance to respond tonight in the comments from you and your experts.
Well, as I mentioned before, the Haley Ward report came in at the end of the day on Friday. We had been given about a week to respond in writing to those comments, which were not provided by the deadline. And so it was impossible to get comments in writing over a long holiday weekend. So we're just simply asking, it doesn't have to delay anything, but I think what Mr. Hamilton is unfairly doing is abridging what we can respond to when we have not yet responded.
I don't think that's what he's saying at all. Andy,
If I've misunderstood, I will stand down, but I'm simply asking that there not be a constraint on Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Reynolds responding to anything in the Haley Ward report that exists as of today and the Haley Ward report that is going to come out on the adequacy of water supply. That's simply what I'm asking for.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to just make this really straightforward. I think if we have the opportunity to provide whatever comments on the two review standards that you're seeking further input from Haley Ward, the parties can do that. And I think that's the most appropriate way to engage this. The traffic issue, nobody has engaged. That's decided. Stormwater, that's been engaged. And septic, that's been engaged. If we're going to reopen all of those questions, I'm not comfortable because the applicant really just respectfully requests the opportunity to get through the process to deliberative process on the 26th and provide the opportunity for a decision within 30 days of the completeness review, as is required by the site plan review ordinance. We just want the rules of the game applied fairly to our project, and we're not trying to constrain. And I agree with the chair. I think there's been more process than is due to the interested persons. The applicant did hustle. We did get comments in response to the peer review comments. And Ms. Chow's consultants have had the opportunity to speak to the board. And she's had the opportunity to argue in a number of filings. And so I'm just asking for the opportunity to get a regular review of this application, notwithstanding all of the requests by Attorney Chow on behalf of CTR. We need to be treated fairly as other applicants in Tremont are, and that would be appreciated. Thank you.
okay, board members, any comments?
I will repeat what I said
Oh,
earlier.
hold on, one at a time.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Who was talking? I can't see. Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
I am concerned that the hour and the late day Friday filing of the report, that the applicant's request to be able to review what's in that report, which we did say they would be able to do, has been shortcutted because the long holiday and today was the first day after the holiday weekend. And that's unreasonable. So I think they make a reasonable request to review the peer review report. Both the filed one that came in on Friday and the supplemental one we've just requested.
Okay.
You know, I come down a little differently. I thought we heard some of that earlier today. I mean, I thought the engineers for the opposition, I think we heard from them today, and I think we heard from them on those issues. You know, I know it's a Friday, you know, but guess what? With folks that are lawyers and professionals, you work every day pretty much. It's just part of, particularly with a project like this. And this will, you know, we've heard a lot already. I completely understand that we, you know, in terms of water adequacy, that's back on the table. We didn't hear about that from our peer reviewer, and to the extent that you know, the opposition wants to, you know, respond to that, that's fine. But I feel like we've already heard from the opposition on the issues that were addressed in that report. At least that's what I thought I heard earlier. I may have been wrong.
It's kind of what I thought was happening. Lawson?
It feels to me like it would make sense to give the applicant a chance to submit comments in writing in addition to their verbal testimony tonight on the peer review from Friday and the next one. That's, I think, sort of where it makes sense. I'm not sort of compelled, or like, I'm not sure that the applicant then needs to respond to the opposition. Like, I don't know how many times we need to go back and forth. And especially considering we're just sort of addressing the peer review at this point and just trying to get to understand these points. I would be surprised if there's new information that comes out in a written response, but we'll see that when it arrives if we ask for it.
Okay, hold on. Let's ask Diane one more time. Diane, what do you think about this issue?
So what I would suggest, because at the last meeting you did make a motion to allow a response 5 days from when that peer review was submitted, both parties should be allowed to submit further submittals. They received it on Friday. They could submit something by Friday. I don't think you have to give them the opportunity to respond to the new request you're going to make for the peer review. At some point, they can address any responses they have to that at the next hearing, because you're going to get into a situation where you're going to keep responding to somebody else's peer review or somebody else's response. So I think if you set a deadline for both parties to file submittals on the same day, and then once the additional peer review comes out, they can address any concerns they have with that at the next hearing. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, then once again, we're up against who knows when Haley Ward will be able to do this.
But I think that what Attorney O'Connell is suggesting is that we don't need to, we're not going to give them another 5 days after Haley Ward submits to respond. It's just, we get Haley Ward's information, that's great. We resume our public hearing and discuss that. And there might be some verbal responses like we've heard tonight, but there's not a written portion to response at that point.
Okay. So first of all,
Mark, I'm just going to point out that Greg's had his hand up for a while. I don't know if you can see that on your screen, but
hopefully the blood's not running out of it. He's going numb there. Okay, Greg, we'll let you speak.
Thanks, Mark. I guess you started to allude to it. At first, you know, I kind of feel like we've had this discussion on timing of submittals. The applicant worked really hard to meet this timing. We had set dates, and then there were dates discussed that there would be within 2 days of Haley Ward's submittal. That was through the town office. That was met. So other than the moving goalpost of leaving the window of information that is going to be responded and going to be responded to, addressing a timeline that facilitates if Haley Ward completes their review of the groundwater on this date, by this date, which can be confirmed, then the submittals of this date. We just don't want to be back in the same circumstances we are to say, oh, we didn't consider their time frame. And Mark, you started to allude to that. So I think you were going to get to my point, but I just hope any motion will consider that. But also, I think, again, we continue to leave it open. The board has had ample information, I think, to begin deliberations. We do want to be fair. I think the review should be limited to what the board made as a mistake in terminology that does not exist in the ordinance. And I don't think the applicant's timeframe should be penalized by the board is not their own understanding of the ordinance. Thank you.
Wow, thanks.
Whoa.
Just
That's
to
really
come back,
polite. I like that.
just to come back to Attorney O'Connell's suggestion, I think she made a great deal of sense. And I just want to put it forward as something that I think the applicant can live with and addresses Greg's concern about timing. So as Attorney O'Connell said, if both parties have the opportunity by Friday the 15th to provide their comments on the peer review comments to date, and then the new peer review, we don't try to set a deadline and we don't try to comment in writing on what Haley Ward develops, because Haley Ward has a busy schedule as well. But I would hope that they would be encouraged to provide their peer review comments by the 19th, if at all possible, such that by the 26th, we'll all have had about a week to look over the peer review as to water supply in the two sections of the ordinance that the board members have cited, and that the parties then have the opportunity, as Attorney O'Connell suggests, to provide testimony focused and limited to the water supply issue. We do not want to go back through all the other issues all over again. So I think she makes a good suggestion. I think the applicant can live with it. Don't you, Greg?
I think as Mark was alluding to, as long as this time frame there, it allows consultant that's not present to fit in the time frame, I think the motion can stand and we can avoid being in the circumstance we are now.
Well, now that I'm thoroughly confused. So Andy, you're not objecting to them filing a response to the Haley Ward peer review as it stands right now? Is that what I'm getting? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yes.
As long as they do it by Friday the 15th.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So no objections there. And then.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? So
Sure.
what's on the table is that CTR and others who want to respond to the Haley Ward report have until the 15th to do so, right?
There's really nothing on the table yet. We haven't made any motions, so that's.
I understand, that's on the table. The applicant has already responded though.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, Andy?
Yes, and our overarching understanding is that we can get a final review on the 26th of October. We'll extend by 5 days the time frame under the site plan review ordinance, so that we can give the board the opportunity not to have to conduct a special meeting. Have it as part of your next meeting on the 26th.
Okay, hold on now. I'm going to ask for a couple motions. The first motion is for Haley Ward to do a peer review to ensure that the applicant or the application provides for adequate groundwater supply for the project. Somebody want to make that motion?
So
Jeff, you
moved.
started to before.
So moved.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion and a second to have Haley Ward do a peer review on make sure that there's adequate groundwater supply for the project.
Can we, like for discussion, like, can we clarify that we're talking about paragraph 8.4a? Right, yeah, 8.4a.
Yeah, in fact, you want to include that in the motion, I guess? Does that make sense, Jesse? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The motion and second on the table to ask Haley Ward to do peer review to ensure that there's adequate groundwater supply for the project in accordance with, you're gonna have to help me out. I don't have the
8.4a and 9j.
It's B4A?
Nope, 8.
E4A.
Nope, 8 as in the number,
8.
2 times
Okay.
4.
Okay. That's it then, okay.
And 9J.
And 9J, okay. Everybody got that? Okay, any discussion?
Are we putting any time frame on this as to just getting it filed? No,
With a request that they submitted by Tuesday, the 19th. Is that feasible? Jesse?
That's what
Yeah,
I'm good.
we can request it.
respectfully request, fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So Jesse, you want to read back that motion, please?
Yep. Motion to send the application back to the engineer for the peer review of adequate groundwater supply with section 8.4A and 9J of the site plan review ordinance requested by October 19th.
Okay.
Moved and seconded. Great.
Yep, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, Jeff?
Aye.
Lawson?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Myself, yes. 4-0. Okay. Now, I'll entertain a motion to have any filings from Attorney Chow regarding a response to the Haley Ward peer review that we have right now, current one by Friday the 15th.
So moved.
Was a very
Second.
smooth motion. I hope somebody improved it. Okay.
Can you make sure that if the applicant wants to provide comments by Friday, we can do that too?
Well, are you going to make more applicants? I mean, more comments?
It is appropriate that the review by the peer reviewer is of the application materials. If we see anything that requires a response or comment, we'll do it by Friday. I don't see how, again, it's anything but fair to treat the applicant on the same standing as CTR. I won't be responding to CTR's comments. I'll only be responding to, with Greg's help, to the Haley Ward peer review comments. That's it.
Oh, you mean regarding the water supply?
No, the original.
No,
file.
Oh,
the original file. Right.
oh,
right.
okay.
Greg worked hard as of yesterday, but he may not have had a chance to address everything as of yesterday.
Hard to believe. Hard to believe. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Somebody want to make a new motion then?
Can I
Please.
get a little bit of clarity? Sorry, Mark. I just wanted to make sure that if the peer review is on the groundwater, the very specific sections that Wilson highlighted, that the applicant, just as Chow is afforded to respond by the 19th, the applicant can respond to their peer review. Their material is being reviewed for groundwater. Typically, as all the other peer reviews you've had, you've allowed the applicant to respond to the peer review. It would be abnormal to the process thus far. He's going to
Sounds
ask
reasonable.
questions. He's going to ask
Sound-
questions. You've allowed it each time. Stormwater, septic, each time. It would seem if there was any response necessary to the peer review of somebody's material, they would be given the fair chance to respond to it at the same timeline that CTR would be able to.
I don't think they gave them a timeline just to respond by the meeting on the 26th.
It was by the meeting.
We just
Yeah,
want
by
to make
the
sure, it's-
meeting, yeah, for that, yeah.
Yeah,
that's fine. If there's.
for
if there's-
everybody.
We just want to make sure it's clear that they could respond. It wasn't excluded.
Okay. Getting late here. Do we have a motion on the table or not?
No, but I'll try one.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to accept comments on Haley Ward's October 8th peer review. To accept comments from both the applicant and any interested parties until October 15th, Friday, October 15th.
Second, somebody?
Second.
Okay, motion and second on the table. All in favor, Jeff?
Aye.
Lawson?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Okay. Now we need one for the 26th, is that correct?
Mark, we lost you for a sec.
You broke up, Mark.
Oh, okay. We
You're
need
back.
one motion now for the 26th and the water supply peer review, correct?
Well, we've asked for the peer review to be submitted on the 19th. So then on the 26th, we're going to continue the public hearing essentially
Correct, yes. correct.
with a narrow focus on reviewing these two paragraphs or whatever, this condition, the water quality or water
Yes.
supply.
Adequate water supply, yes.
Right.
So that would be it.
Wait, aren't we going to review what's being submitted as to comments to the peer review we've already gotten?
Exactly. I don't think you can limit the public hearing to just those two issues if you're receiving comments.
Yeah, we've asked for comments. We should have it open for those.
No,
that's true.
no,
Yeah,
I
correct.
think, Mr. Chairman.
Andy, I'm
confusing-
talking to Mark at the moment. Please, thank you. If we've asked for comments to this to be filed, we should be able to discuss them
Yes.
at the meeting.
Diane, you agree?
I guess are you talking about the board asking questions or the public at large addressing it again? What are you
Just the
trying to limit
board
it to?
is the way I would prefer it. I think we're going to close the public comment part, right? That's what we were talking about. You want
I
to go
think
through this whole? Go ahead.
I think if the public would like to comment on the peer review on the water, I think they should be given that opportunity because that wasn't before them tonight. But everything else has been before them. So I think you could limit the public comment from the public at large just to the water issue. But I do think obviously if the board want to ask more questions of the applicant or the opponents on anything submitted, then you can certainly do that.
I think I'm in agreement with counsel for the board, but I just wanted to, on behalf of the applicant, just ask for a bit of clarity. So I think the chairman is looking to do something that I think is necessary before we adjourn tonight, which is to close the public hearing for as many purposes as possible, but leave it open for one limited reason, and that is for the water capacity. All parties have had the opportunity to respond to the peer review comments. There have been rationales given for why they couldn't, but they could, and they in fact have. I've heard comments on everything from septic to stormwater, which were within the context of the Haley Ward review prior comments. What I think is fair to the applicant is to close the public hearing, except as to groundwater availability capacity for the project. And leave that for both the applicant, CTR, and the public. But I don't want a lot of time to go off the clock because we hope for final deliberations of the board and the opportunity to get a decision consistent with the site plan review ordinance. So if you open it up broadly, we're never going to get there. If you close it, except for the limited purpose that the board's talked about, I think the applicant can go along with that. We just want you to have one further motion after this one, and that is to determine when you're going to do your final review consonant with the site plan review ordinance. And I'll defer.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I don't think that it's fair if you've asked for written comments by anyone to the Haley Ward's October 8th report, which covers 3 areas, that that you should unreasonably limit the public hearing that you're going to schedule on the 26th to the water capacity issues. Mr. Hamilton earlier said that pre-treatment isn't an issue, groundwater isn't an issue, it's a red herring. These are live issues right now that are before the board, and there's insufficient information in the record. Let the process play out. The engineer should be able to, this isn't opening it back up to public comment. I would not disagree that we shouldn't have people coming up and making general comments, but with respect to the Haley Ward report and the 4 issues they were supposed to address, this is not opening things all the way back open to allow the public hearing to address those issues, including the engineers who may have further comments that may help the board decide whether the standards are met.
Now,
Not just on water supply.
Now, this needs to be fair, this chapter. If I've got the recap of what happened tonight, we were going through everything except for water availability for the needs of the project. The board has taken a motion to get that information from Haley Ward. We've set a reasonable schedule for CRT's insistence that they want to have the opportunity, not granted under the site plan review ordinance, to be able to comment on peer review comments, because that's what the board had suggested previously. So my suggestion is we'll agree that if the board closes the public hearing for all except for water capacity to meet the needs of the project, and then I don't see, I think I agree with Attorney O'Connell. I don't see how you can distinguish between parties and the public. But can you imagine going back through everything we've gone back through again next time and then having deliberations? You'll never get to it.
That's
So,
what I'd like to avoid.
yeah.
So Diane, once again, what's your opinion here? What do you think we should do?
I think that both the motion you made, both parties do have the opportunity to have a level playing field to submit, a summary of their evidence from the peer review. I mean, they had the opportunity tonight to ask their witnesses and their experts. So the written submittals, I would suggest, would be a summary of that. The board can certainly ask questions. They may have questions once they receive those submittals, but I don't necessary to leave the public hearing necessarily open for that, for all of that. I think if you narrow it down to just board questions that they may have of the applicant or of the opponents, and then the applicant and the opponents being able to address the water issue, I think that would cover it for all. Try to narrow down what the board are going to look at.
Well,
Okay.
can we narrow it down just to can we narrow public discourse on a public hearing to the peer review report, the first one and the supplemental one? So next time we meet, we have nothing else to discuss except those items at the public hearing. Is that permissible?
You're asking Diane.
Yes.
Oh, you're asking. I mean, it's up to, it's up to the board to decide. It's not. There's
I'll take that,
nothing.
yes.
Jeff,
Definitely permissible.
my concern is that we heard from 20 members of the public tonight, all of whom, well, most of whom in some way or another addressed the 4 issues of the, maybe not all, but a lot of them talked about either traffic or stormwater or septic or the well, and so to leave it open, we're essentially inviting or asking, and maybe that's what we want to do, but I'm not sure it's what I want to do, to ask to hear those comments again.
I mean, frankly, I'm not inclined. These are expert engineers. I'm not sure what the sort of late, I'm looking at those reports and I'm looking at those experts. If we have questions about those reports, if the board has questions, I think that's fine. I'm not sure it should be open back up to public comment.
How about on the water issue?
I guess again, it's interesting because they're almost in the nature of expert opinions, right? I mean, they're professionals, and so you're asking we're taking comment from the public, who are generally going to be lay folks, on what are essentially expert type opinions. I suppose we can do that, but I don't know. It just feels kind of weird. I certainly don't think it would open up to anything more than the adequacy of the water supply. And I think the other issues, if we have questions as a board, if we have questions of the, about written submittals that we get, then fine. But otherwise, I wouldn't open it up to another, 55 3-minute comment periods.
Yep. You want to make a motion to that effect?
I don't know if I can.
You're an attorney, come on.
Well, let me see here. So I think what I'll say is I'll make a motion to keep the public hearing open as to the adequacy of the water supply, but closed to all other issues with the proviso that the board retain the right to ask questions or clarifying questions of the parties with respect to the written submissions they'll make on the peer review.
That makes sense to me. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table to keep the public hearing open for water supply issues and allow the board to address other issues from the, I'm not really saying this very clearly, I didn't get it all down, other issues in the Haley Ward report, correct? And the comments with that. Is that basically what you?
Yeah,
motion?
yes, the board can follow up with questions it may have about the written submissions of the parties on the
Okay.
all of the entire peer review. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Brett,
Yes.
Lawson,
Yes.
Jeffrey.
Even though I have higher respect for the public to read those reports and have valid questions about them, I'll vote yes.
Yes, I'll vote yes as well, 4-0. Okay. Are we missing something or can we go?
I have one other item just to ask. Jesse, I had the impression from tonight's meeting from people in public, there are other letters that come in. Have we gotten all the copies that have been sent to the town since the last package we got a couple months ago?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, I believe so, but I will double check and make sure everything's in there for the next packet.
A couple of people have alluded to letters they wrote recently, and I don't, what they were saying sound like new content to me.
Yeah, I think Bert mentioned sending one to Mark and I. I don't think that went in your packet. Yep.
There was that one, and then Ed Davis also sent one. That was, I think.
Oh, sorry,
those were the
Ed
only
was-
two that I saw.
Ed was
yeah.
who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Okay, if you just check the file, make sure we have
Yep.
everything. Thank you.
Okay. So we need a motion to continue the public hearing then, correct? Yes. Well, we had that.
No,
Okay.
you
Yeah, I think that's what Brett just did. Yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we did that with in there. So Jesse, is there anything we're missing here?
Two items just quickly. When you're ready. I'll defer to Jesse.
I was just gonna say that Andy had mentioned wanting a motion on when you were gonna do final review.
I'm not sure. I want to do a final review when the public hearing's over. But I guess I would just sort of ask the chair to, continue the work you've been doing, scheduling meetings. Thank you very much for all the legwork you do. And I would encourage the chair to sort of recommend to the attorneys, and I don't talk directly to Attorney Chow and Hamilton, that I think that like the 20-20-10-5-5 that we did tonight was good tonight. My request is to shorten that a lot next time so that we can hear from both of you. I don't want to cut you off, like 5-5-5, and then like let's talk about adequate water supply. Let's finish talking about adequate water supply and get to the next step. That's my request.
Yep.
Which is not a motion.
Those are one of the two things I was going to suggest for your consideration, Chairman Good and members of the board. One is to take the adjunct motion to what Member Witham suggested, which is although you're keeping the public hearing open for a specific purpose, close the public hearing as to all other items. You held the public hearing that was required by law. tonight. That public hearing for the public to be able to comment has been completed. The second item that I think needs to be done is to suggest that, as Member Wilson was suggesting, that there be some procedural guidance. It took a lot of time from Diane's schedule for Amy and I to debate what the procedural guidelines would be. And I think it'd be easier on all three of us as attorneys if the board chair and the board would entertain time limits for the next time. I agree with where Member Wilson was going. I don't think we need 2020, 10, 5, and 5. No, don't do that again.
Well, Andy, with all due respect, Jesse and I were discussing time limits, and then you and Ms. Chow got together with Diane and started discussing time limits and making your own recommendations, including you submitting a letter to Diane for Diane to sign. So, you know, come on now.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
I'd prefer that the chairman and the board do it if that's at all possible. That'd be great.
I prefer we saw copies of those letters as well. I don't like operating in the dark, realizing in 2 sets of negotiations I didn't learn about until we sat down tonight at the meeting. Let's be transparent.
There was no negotiations going except for the attorneys chatting with the board's attorney, which is usual practice. I don't want there to be any impression with the board that there was anything untoward with Attorney O'Connell, Attorney Chow, and Attorney Hamilton. But your point is well made, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for stepping on your toes and trying to come up with time limits when it's really the province of the chair and the board. So if you could do that tonight, that'd help us. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Andy, that's what where I was going to go next was, why do we need to do it tonight? You know, Jesse and I can discuss this and come up with a solution or a plan. Otherwise, you're going to argue one thing, Ms. Chow's going to argue another thing, and it's going to take all night here.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Chairman. We'll defer to you and the town manager CEO to come up with proposed time limits for the parties, and we'll live by them. If you could publish those by Friday as well, that would help us. That'd be great.
I think we can do that, right, Jesse?
Yes.
So he's a hard guy to get in touch with these days. He's wearing 2 hats. So, okay. Any board members have any comments about that? You in agreement that Jesse and I can set some limits here, time limits?
We got your back, Mark.
Okay, thanks.
Mark, we're so happy that you're doing this job.
Yes.
We're going to agree with you.
Mr.
That's
Chairman.
the reason I get paid $5 more a meeting than you guys.
You're earning it.
Mr. Chairman, I know the night is fast approaching. I appreciate your patience and how well you're running this meeting. I just wanted to clarify, the motion I wrote down was that you voted on was to keep the public hearing open on the water supply issues.
Right.
And on the other issues to allow the board to ask questions of that may be generated from any written submissions in the Haley Ward report, including questions of the engineers on both sides. I just want to be clear about that. By leaving the public hearing open for water supply issues, the public hearing is not closed as to that issue.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? I don't know about anybody else, but I'm getting a little hungry.
I'll move to we adjourn.
Yeah,
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we did all that. Okay, motion and second on table to adjourn. All in favor, Jeff?
Aye.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did we clarify that our next meeting is by Zoom? We should have that in the minutes probably.
You did it at your 28th meeting. You set it for 5 p.m. by Zoom.
On the 26th?
Yep.
Great, all right. Motion and second is still on the table.
Yeah, also that night, we're gonna have a public hearing on the subdivision change. Remember, that shouldn't take long, I hope.
Great.
Okay, and we'll put that first on the agenda, hopefully. Okay, I think we're all set. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Jeff?
Aye.
Lawson?
Yes.
Brett?
Aye.
Myself, yes.
Do you want to, is Beth able to vote on that one? Super,
Okay,
patient,
she could.
super patient Beth.
Come on back, Beth. You want to vote on it? You could unmute yourself, though. A nod won't work. You're muted.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, thanks for your
Thank you.
patience tonight.
Have a good
Okay,
night.
goodbye. Yep.
Bye.